If someone you loved went missing, what lengths would you go to in order to find them? And if a stranger was in trouble, would you risk your own safety to help them? Into today's story, Florida. It seems like paradise to many. It can be an escape to a place where every day seems sunny, lined with beautiful beaches, warm blue water, bikini-clad beauties, amusement parks like Disney World, and popular destinations like South Beach. But I'm sure most of you know there's another side of Florida. Especially someone like me, a native Floridian, I know the secrets that Florida holds. Some of the worst cases that I've heard about happened in Florida, and today's case is just another one to add to that list. I've always wondered what it is about Florida that makes it such a perfect breeding ground for killers. Do they flock there for some reason? I know I used to be told it's because it's a transient area, there are strangers that pass through, or because there's warm weather. I'm thinking, why does warm weather invite killers to a beautiful state like Florida? People who have lived in Florida know the truth about it, because it's unavoidable to hear about cases every single day. But so many unsuspecting tourists or those looking for a better life decide on Florida because of the great weather, even though they probably aren't aware it rains almost every day after the sun shines down. But a lot of us know better. There's a dark reality to Florida. It's the second largest state when it comes to how many murderers they have on death row, coming in second only to my current hometown, California. It's estimated that it takes 13 years for someone on death row to be killed. I can tell you this, being a cop in Florida is a very hard job. It's a very dangerous job, and officers choose to do it and put their lives on the line every single day. And one of those officers in Florida is Rick Guff. Rick seemed to be fearless. It was like he was made to be a cop. Rick was a tough cop, one that probably would not even wait for backup and would just handle things himself. Criminals in town that became regular offenders knew Rick real well. Rick worked in narcotics when he first started. Not only did he do this job well, but he loved his job. He ended up becoming an undercover officer, and he helped track down the worst of the worst. This job offered him a glimpse into some of the most evil monsters that walk not only Florida's streets, but this planet. And to do this job successfully, he had to blend in with them, to become one of them, and gain their trust. Without a doubt, it's scary, even if you gain these criminals' trust. They can turn on you at any moment, especially if they find out that you're an undercover cop. There's one big reason Rick wouldn't want that to happen, and it's not just because he wouldn't want to get caught in the crossfire. It's because he had a beautiful family that he wanted to protect. Rick has 3 children with his wife Sue, Tyler, Amanda, and Denise. Even though he's strong and fearless on the job, he's different when it comes to his home life. He tends to be more of a helicopter parent, paranoid that at any moment someone could rush through his door to take revenge. Rick and Sue made their home in Inglewood, Florida. This is where they had their 3 children. Their first child was Denise Amber Guff. She was born on August 6th, 1986. A few years later, after Denise was born, they had Tyler and Amanda. Creating a family gave Rick 4 more human lives to worry about besides his own. He knew what human beings were capable of. It's hard for any parent, especially when your children start growing up and having lives of their own. You want so badly, and I know this firsthand, to protect your children. We can't always be there every minute to make sure they're okay. His children grew up in a seaside community on Florida's Central Coast, and they lived the good life, the American dream. A beautiful family, a good-paying job, a safe neighborhood in the gorgeous, sunny state of Florida. Rick remembers when his first child was born. He remembers dropping Denise off at daycare, and as tough as he was as a cop, it was really hard letting her go. He even broke down and cried. This happens to parents. They could be really selfish before having children, and then all of a sudden there's this extension of them that they want to protect no matter what. It's so hard for us to give that control to someone else. Knowing all that he knew about the streets, Rick was terrified for his daughter, but he knew he had to let her go and grow into being her own person. And grow she did, into a stable, well-liked, smart, talented high schooler. She played the flute in the high school band, and she was beautiful. She had dirty blonde hair and these beautiful blue-green eyes and a very lovely, sweet smile. Denise Amber Goff dreamed about becoming a wife and a mom, having a family, and a man that she loved, taking care of her children. That was one of her biggest dreams. Denise was very studious in high school. She was the shy, quiet type. She would just put her head down and study. She also had this natural beauty about her. It was like she wasn't fully aware that she was beautiful. She was slim and athletic, 5 feet 2 inches and about 110 pounds. She wasn't just beautiful on the outside, she was beautiful on the inside as well. She was sweet, kind, and generous. During her senior year of high school, Denise started taking classes at a community college nearby. That's when she bumped into Nathan Lee. Nathan was 3 years older. He was popular, good-looking, and the captain of the baseball team. As they say, opposites do attract. Denise was the one who started their very first conversation. She knew she had to get up the nerve to talk to him, or else she would miss her chance. They ended up hitting it off. Nate was very surprised that Denise had made the first move, but he was glad that she did. They just clicked. They were meant to be. They were soulmates. The thing is, they met right before Valentine's Day, and their first date was on January 19th. So it's an awkward time to start a relationship. You have this new person in your life, and you don't know what's appropriate. Do you take them on a date? Do you get them a gift? Nate decided to buy Denise an inexpensive but very cute heart-shaped ring with a little gemstone in the middle. Though he only spent about $40, it became very special to Denise. She actually never took it off. Denise graduated from high school in 2005, and the couple decided to move to Tampa so she could attend college. But then they found out that she was pregnant. It wasn't planned, but they were extremely happy. Nate ended up proposing to Denise, and they got married. Denise was 19, and Nate was 21. Rick was a bit worried, even a little bit disappointed, that his daughter wasn't going to go to college. But she was an adult, and as hard as it was, he had to let go. Denise looked absolutely beautiful at her wedding. Everyone could tell that the couple was truly in love. Denise Amber Goff was now Denise Amber Lee. Even when Denise was given her beautiful new wedding ring, she still wore that special heart-shaped ring that Nate had given her on their very first Valentine's Day. Now, the young couple were not able to afford their own place, so they moved in with Denise's parents, Rick and Sue, until they could find a place of their own within their budget. Little did they know, in just 2 years' time, Denise would have 2 little boys of her own, Noah and Adam, only a year apart. They had created their own beautiful little family. Not having a lot of money wasn't that much of a big deal to them, because they knew if they worked hard, everything would work out. And Nate was working hard. He was working 3 jobs at the time to take care of them and save for their future. They always kept their eye out for a place of their own to rent, and they wanted a house that was close enough to their parents to stay in touch, but far enough away that it felt like they had their own lives. Finally, they had an opportunity to rent the perfect house at a great price that would be manageable for Nate. It was nice. It was brand new. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home in a city called Northport in Sarasota County, Florida. Northport, Florida. Have you heard of it before? It might sound familiar to some of you, especially if you keep up with true crime cases, specifically the Gabby Petito case. Northport is where Brian Laundrie's parents' house was located, where reporters were camping outside. Northport Police was the department that was investigating the crime from Florida, the police department that worked with the FBI to investigate the swamp for Brian. That's Northport, Florida. That was the town Denise's dad didn't exactly want her to move to. It's not a bad area or anything like that, but back in 2008, the real estate bubble had burst. Subdivisions like the one this house was in were only half finished. The project was abandoned due to the market crash. Therefore, these houses were scattered all over the neighborhood. There would be a house and then a plot of empty land with yards with nothing in it, weeds just growing there. The neighboring houses weren't exactly close to one another. However, the house that the Lees were looking at did have one house next to it, so they wouldn't be completely alone on their street. Still, Rick was worried. Since that area was not built up, He considered it pretty rural. He thought it was way too far off the beaten path. It was in the middle of nowhere, but that's precisely why they could afford it. I'm going to show you additional pictures in just a few minutes to provide more details about how it looked and all of its characteristics. The Lees moved into their new home at 7912 Latour Avenue in Northport. Rick was happy for Denise. He just wished that she had gone a little bit slower in deciding to start a family and live separate from her parents. Rick didn't have the best feeling about all of it. He might have been right because, just after they moved in, the Lee family experienced their first run-in with a criminal. Nate's car, which was parked in their driveway, got broken into and valuables were taken. Rick couldn't help but have that "I told you so" attitude, but of course, it made him even more worried about his daughter and her growing family. Denise would typically spend the day alone with the boys while Nate was at work. He found a full-time, good-paying, steady job with Florida Power and Light as an electric meter reader. Nate had to leave for work really early in the morning, before the break of dawn, while his family was still asleep. It's kind of a good thing because the earlier he got to work, the earlier he would get out. He would normally leave work around 3 p.m. Their house was only a 25-minute drive, so he was usually home before 4 o'clock, and that gave him plenty of time to enjoy his family. The more and more time the Lees spent at their new home, the more they loved it. They actually liked that there weren't a lot of people living nearby. It felt safer to them. And you could be as loud as you wanted. No one was complaining. It actually does sound nice to only have one neighbor, only one household that could possibly cause problems. Most of us know how stressful it can be when you're living close to an annoying neighbor. But on the other hand, having only one neighbor meant there was only one person who could help if something went wrong. And something was going to go wrong for this family. Something you never think is going to happen to your family. Something that seems unbelievable. A story that you think has to be made up. But the frightening thing is, the story is real. A normal day for Denise was playing with the children, teaching them things like potty training, taking them on little outings, maybe to the grocery store or the library. There was actually a MySpace post from Denise that she created about what a day in her life was like with 2 little boys as a young mom. I want to read this to you because it'll give you an idea of the way she thought, plus the way that she was feeling just 5 months before everything changed. It was on Wednesday, August 15, 2007. She wrote, "The joy of having 2 boys. Today, I thought it might be fun to take the boys to the mall by myself. It started off really well. Noah and I ate lunch in the food court while Adam slept. I let Noah go on one of those rides that cost 75 cents. Then we went to Old Navy. Noah started getting a little hyper and would not stay with me, so I had to hold him and push the stroller at the same time. At the checkout, both of them started crying. Adam was hungry, so we went back to the car where I fed Adam because he was breastfeeding, and Noah played in the car, rolling the windows up and down. Finally, we went back in the mall, and I let Noah play in the play area so I could get a chance to just sit down. Noah was knocked down twice by older boys running around wild. Of course, then Adam needed a diaper change, and I couldn't take my eyes off Noah or else he'd run out of the play area. So I put both of them on the changing table and changed both of their diapers. Fun. We went to JCPenney, and I was trying on sunglasses when Noah tried to run away. So I had to carry Noah while trying on sunglasses, and then Nathan called. Both of the boys started crying at once, so I put Noah down and picked up Adam. Noah thought it would be funny to run away again, so I caught him while I was holding Adam and put Noah in the stroller. An old man even commented that I had my hands full, and he said he checked in the bottom of the basket to make sure I didn't have a third one. Lol. Can you imagine if I had 3? So I finally bought my sunglasses, and we went home. Something so simple as going to the mall to buy new sunglasses is 1,000 times harder when you have 2 boys under 2. But it was so fun. Anytime I get to leave the house, it's a treat for me. So there you have it. You see how much Denise loved her boys. It was a hard job, but she did it with patience and pride. When it was sunny and bright, Denise and the boys got to enjoy their backyard or the nearby parks a lot. January 17th, 2008, started like any other day for the Lee family. Nate left the house early, before Denise had even gotten up. When she did, Denise did her everyday routine with the boys. However, something different was going to happen that day. It was normal for Nate and Denise to speak periodically throughout their day. They would update each other on what they were doing, keeping in touch until Nate got home. He would usually call her around his lunch break, which was no different on January 17th. Nate spoke to Denise at 11:09 a.m. They only talked for about 5 minutes. Considering that Nate worked for the electric company, they were always trying to cut down on their electric bill. So, on this call, he just reminded Denise to open all the windows so that the breeze could come in because it was such a beautiful day. They really didn't want to run the air conditioning, and she kind of knew that routine, so she told Nate she had already done it. Then she explained that she was going to take the boys outside because it was gorgeous, and she was even going to give them a haircut on their lanai. It was super hot the day before, and it wasn't comfortable to be outside, so they stayed inside running the AC all day. When it's nice and breezy like it was that day, the fresh air felt really good circulating throughout the house. Now, I'm going to show you all the windows in a moment. I just want to point out that because Denise had a cop for a father, she was well aware of her surroundings. She knew how to take care of herself, how to stay protected, and to be leery of people that she came in contact with. She was smart, but even knowing all of that, there are situations that we can never expect to happen, that we can't plan for, and we certainly can't control. Her dad had taught her from a young age to think like a cop. She would listen intently to her dad's advice and the stories he told her about the monsters who walk our streets. Being well aware of these things does come in handy. One step further, she learned all about evidence, DNA, and forensics. She actually enjoyed watching shows about true crime. She knew that if she did find herself in an unfortunate situation, there were ways to make it easier for authorities to help you, to find you, to solve the case. I'm sure that we have those things in mind right now. Worst case scenario, scratch the assailant or leave something unique behind. Because if you do go missing or something happens to you, there will be evidence underneath your fingernails or a trail for cops to follow. As morbid as that may sound, in those last moments, it is a clue. It is something that you can do to help solve your case, and we hear about that. Another thing we learned from a very young age is to call 911. We're taught as children to call for help as soon as we think there's a problem. Denise was brought up to trust law enforcement, to know that they were going to be there to help. We put so much faith into law enforcement and the processes and procedures that have been set in place to save our lives. By the time 2008 rolled around, her father was now a detective, and he had been in law enforcement for 25 years in Charlotte County, which is the county that neighbored Northport. Now, I told you I'd show you pictures of the Lee's home. It was located at 7912 Latour Avenue. There's just one single home next to theirs, and then there's just trees on that side hiding the rest of the road from view. They lived on the end of the street where the road curved. As you can see, you come around the bend here, and here's the Lee's house. There's the lanai, which is what most people would refer to as a patio or a porch. It's screened in, and there's a nice-sized backyard. Possibly later, they would have had it fenced in because it would be kind of scary having kids or your pets outside with the road so close. But at this time, with this subdivision being so empty, cars hardly came down this way. In the lanai was where Denise would cut the boys' hair out on this patio, so she could easily sweep or vacuum it up. She wouldn't have to worry that it would get into their carpet if a car did come around that bend. You can see right into the screen patio. They could see Denise and the kids, especially if they were going slowly around this curve. Normally, looking at this lot, it would be great, something that has a lot of space in the backyard and even on the side. If you come down Latour Avenue here, you can see this long driveway up to their garage. Then there's a sidewalk to their front door, as well as the windows on the front of the house. There are 3 that we can see, but as you come into the driveway, you can clearly see the windows, which are going to be of significance. and that's why I'm mentioning it. They had this one neighbor with a house that looks pretty similar, almost the same as theirs. Other than that, there's no one close by. This is what the area looked like in 2011. I was able to get a glimpse inside the home from May 18th, which was pretty significant to me. This is the same year, just a few months after January 17th. Who knows if this was their furniture? I'm not sure. But on the inside, you can see this small kitchen, and you can actually see right out this sliding door to the lanai from the living room. There's a tiny kitchenette dining area with 2 windows. There's also what looks like a bedroom as you pass through the living room, as well as another bedroom right off the kitchen. The inside of the Lee's house was like many parents with small children. There were a mixture of sippy cups and toys on the floor and laundry that needed to be done. Sounds like what my room looks like right now, minus the sippy cup. Now that I've gone into detail about where things unfolded, I want to discuss who all the characters are, the people that will become involved in this story, so that you get a good idea of who they are, where they came from, and what their mindset was like. It's very important to me to look at things from everyone's perspective so that it comes together to paint an entire picture with as much clarity as possible. That's the best when you're trying to analyze cases like this one. You see this house to the left of the Lee's house if you're facing it, the only neighbor, someone who could see the comings and goings. It's important to talk about who lives in this house and who was there on January 17th. Inside was a teenage girl named Jennifer Eckhart. She didn't live there, but for the past month, she'd been staying with relatives who owned that home. She was from New York and was visiting her boyfriend, who also lived in Northport. The afternoon of January 17, she was watching TV and waiting for her boyfriend to come over. This was around the same time Denise was cutting the boy's hair in the lanai. Denise had realized the boys needed a trim and she decided to do it herself. 1, she wanted to save money, and 2, because she could handle the boys better than a stranger. It was also Noah's very first time getting his hair cut, and Denise wanted to remember that moment because it was a milestone. Of course, I'm going to introduce you to more people, but now that I've given you a good perspective on Nate and Denise, where they lived and who their neighbors were, I want to go into the day that everything changed and their entire life was turned upside down for reasons we will probably never understand. That day, she was cutting Noah's hair out on the lanai, and she was trying to go as fast as she could because she knew it was only a matter of time before he wanted to get out of the high chair and run around. It's sad to think if she had just gotten inside a little bit sooner, what happened next might not have happened at all. Something caught her eye on the street. She could hear it before she could see it because the subdivision was so empty. You could hear the echo of a car engine before it even showed up around the bend. It was around 2:15 p.m. She noticed a green car coming around the curve. That wouldn't be that unusual, but remember, not a lot of people lived in this area. Plus, when you're living somewhere, you sort of know who comes and goes. You recognize cars and you recognize people. She also knew there was someone visiting next door. She was well aware of Jennifer. So for all she knew, Jennifer could have a friend coming over, and she actually was waiting for her boyfriend that day. It wouldn't have seemed that suspicious at first. However, she noticed that the car came by more than once. For a minute, she may have even thought it could be Nate coming home early because he also drove the same color car. But his was a Dodge, and this was a Chevy Camaro. When she first spotted the car, it may not have been apparent. Jennifer spotted the green car as well. She was sitting on the couch, watching TV, and she got up and looked out the blinds to see if that was her boyfriend because she heard it too. It wasn't. When it came around one more time, she wondered if they were lost. She was thinking maybe they can't find their way out of the subdivision, and she was wondering if she should go out there and help them. On the front of the car, she noticed that it had one of those black bras. It's a material that you tie under the hood and it protects it from getting hit by a whole bunch of flies. If you haven't lived in Florida, it's actually pretty well known that love bugs, that's what they call them, They get almost glued to the front of your car as they die when you're going fast on the highway at high speed. They're really hard to clean off, so that's why people protect their front bumper. Jennifer just took a mental note because it's not something she was used to seeing back in New York. She noticed the car had driven by probably 4 times. She told herself, if they drive by again, I'm definitely going to go out there and figure out what's going on. The last time it came around, it was going really slow. She decided to stick to her plan. She walked outside to attempt to speak to them. That's when the car pulls into Denise's driveway. At this point, she thought, okay, this is someone that's clearly looking for Denise's house, and they found it. Then she thought, wait, that could be my boyfriend in a different car, like he could be getting dropped off. So she looked over and she could see the driver's seat. It was facing her and she could clearly see the driver from her vantage point. She realized, okay, that's not my boyfriend. He was much older, maybe in his late 30s. He had a beard and blonde-looking hair. All of a sudden, he looks over at her. He catches her gaze, and it was weird. Not because he was scary-looking or ugly or anything like that. It was just the way that he looked over. It made her feel very uncomfortable. She quickly just turned her head and she went back inside and locked the door. A few minutes later, she returned to the window to look for her boyfriend again. She noticed that the guy was sitting in his car. He hadn't gotten out, he was just sitting there. Considering that Jennifer wasn't a resident of this area, she had no idea what kind of cars came up and down the street. There wasn't a reason for her to think that this would be suspicious. But sometimes we have a gut feeling, and I think that's what Jennifer was experiencing in that moment. About 15 minutes later, she looks outside once again because she hears the car start. This time, she saw the green car pulling out of Denise's driveway and leaving down the road past the house she was in. He drove right past her on Latour Avenue, and as she's looking at the car, she doesn't notice anyone else in the car but him. She didn't think anything of it. The driver of the car was Michael Lee King. I wouldn't exactly say he was lost in the neighborhood, but he was definitely lost on his path in life. He was struggling. He had just lost his job, and he was in the middle of looking for another one. Michael wasn't a bad guy, but he didn't have a perfect childhood. He wouldn't necessarily have said that he had a bad one either, but something that stood out from his childhood was what happened to him when he was only 6. Michael grew up in Michigan, and everyone called him Mikey. He was a super cute little boy. He and his siblings were playing in the snow in Michigan one winter. He was on a sled being pulled by a snowmobile that his brother was driving. Mikey was supposed to let go so he could go down the hill, but instead he kept holding onto the rope. Then the most horrible thing happened. He flew right off the sled at a very high speed, and his head slammed right into a pole. Everyone thought he was dead. They were screaming, they were crying, and they were rushing towards him, and all they saw was the dark red blood in the snow. They rushed him inside, and his head was already starting to swell, and there were no signs of life coming from him at that time. They were in such shock about what had just happened, they probably didn't even notice whether he was breathing. They rushed him right to the hospital, and luckily, they were able to save his life. However, Mikey did change after that. Unfortunately, by the time he made it to the 1st grade, he was classified as learning impaired. It was very hard for him to make friends or do well in school, so he became withdrawn. By the time he was in high school, he realized it was too much for him to handle. He dropped out so he could attend a trade school, and he was on track to become a plumber. Now, despite any stigma that surrounds plumbers, they make a pretty good salary, believe it or not. And even though he was a bit slow, so to speak, he was a really good plumber. He landed a full-time, high-paying apprentice job at a well-known plumbing company, and his career advanced from there. Mike even met a woman named Danielle, and they fell in love. They got married and had a son together, who they named Matthew, but affectionately called Maddie. Unfortunately, they had problems which led to divorce, and Mike and his son moved to Florida in 2002 so they could be closer to Mike's family. Mike loved his son so much. He noticed that Maddie was a very bright, good student with a lot of friends. Mike knew that his son would do very well and be way better off than himself. A lot of times, Mike would actually ask Maddie for help understanding things, whether it was reading big words or doing a math problem that would help him to rebuild something for his plumbing business. Something else that was different about Mike than most people was that he was a pathological liar, but not for the reasons you might have heard before. Mike didn't know how to keep up with other people.s. A lot of times he resorted to lying so that he felt like he was like everybody else. I mean, he would lie about the weirdest things, though. For example, he told people that he was a stripper. That's kind of interesting. Or he would lie about being friends with celebrities like Kid Rock. You might not even know who that is, but that was a big celebrity back then. I guess he'd even lie about taking trips to California when he had never even been there before. The lies would change depending on what crowd he was with. The lies might have made him feel better, but to the people around him, they knew better than to think that any of these things were even possible. But like many pathological liars, sometimes he would believe his lies, or he would even lie about lying. But unlike a lot of professional pathological liars, Mike was not a good liar. You would think he would be, because he started lying when he was just a little boy. Everyone close to him knew this. They would just put up with it because it was part of his personality. I know a lot of children play make-believe. They'll make up stories about imaginary friends or things that haven't really happened because they're dreamers. However, at some point in life as an adult, it's not really acceptable anymore. What was once classified as innocent now seems really deceitful. It's a terrible character trait. People do not want to be around someone they can't trust. One of his family members, a cousin named Harold, was on the receiving end of a lot of Mike's lies. He would witness Mike trying to impress his friends by talking about how much money he had or the cool cars that he owned, like a big truck that no one would ever see because it was conveniently always in the shop. When his lies would start to catch up to him, he would create more lies. He would say, "I crashed the truck," or "it got stolen." But when I say he lied about things, he actually wasn't lying about having money or having a good job. He did have enough money to buy some luxury items. That was true. That was his thing. Buying material possessions and also getting girls. Going out, trying to find women was probably one of Mike's biggest hobbies. Him and his wingman John, they used to do this all the time together. Oh, and women fell for his lies, especially the younger ones, and he liked them young. Recently, he had been seeing a girl that said she was only 15, and she looked it too. Maybe that was a lie, but either way, he had a thing for younger women, and he didn't have a problem getting women. He wouldn't necessarily have long relationships, most of them were one-night stands. But there were a few women he did have relationships with that lasted longer. Mike would want to go out so bad sometimes he wouldn't even mind paying for John to come along. He just didn't want to go out alone. They would go to all kinds of places. Sometimes it was strip clubs, other times it was just bars. But Mike had a type. Long hair, young, slim, petite, tiny, maybe about 5 feet to 5 feet 3 inches tall. And Mike was a pretty cool friend to have. He even bought John a dirt bike just to have John go with him on the weekends. But I kinda thought to myself, it's sort of like you're buying friendship. And once John ended up tying the knot with his girlfriend Stephanie, he didn't spend as much time with Mike anymore. And guess what? John's wife was Mike's type. She was slim, petite, she had long dark hair, and she was younger than him. Mike had no problem hanging out with John and his new wife, and it didn't take long before he started telling her lies about John. He even told Stephanie that John was out cheating with another woman. So, of course, she's younger, she looks up to Mike, and she starts crying on his shoulder. He's comforting her, and this ends up turning into an affair. So now he's cheating with his best friend's wife. This didn't end well. John found out, and he put a restraining order on Mike. John and Stephanie then picked up, and they moved far away to another state. In 2008, when this story unfolds, Mike was 36 years old. He had blonde hair, which he would lighten with bleach to get it to look this way, and big blue piercing eyes. Mike actually dressed really well, and a lot of times when he flashed around enough cash, he would get the ladies to be wrapped around his finger. Actually, a lot of the times these women would go out of their way to flirt with him because he wasn't bad looking, especially because of his eyes. They were captivating. Some ladies probably couldn't care less what color eyes he had because they were attracted to fast cars, money, motorcycles, and he was the type of guy who doted on the girls with gifts and things like that. Mike loved cars. He had several. He had a Corvette, a Mustang, and a Camaro. But it wasn't just about the cars and the good times. Women also like men who have a stable job and are hard workers, and that was Mike. He was smart enough never to get into drugs and alcohol, so when he went out, he wouldn't party with substances. He was there for one reason, to meet the ladies. But deep down inside, Mike actually wanted to settle down. He missed his wife. He wished he could find someone that would be loyal and that he could get along with. He wanted to find his soulmate. It had been 10 years since his divorce, and Danielle left him for another man that she met on the internet, so it was really tough. There was another woman finally that he fell deeply in love with, and he thought he was going to spend the rest of his life with her. Her name is Jennifer Robb, not to be confused with the teenager who lived next door to Denise. So I'm going to be calling Mike's girlfriend Jen. They had dated for a while, but she dumped him about 2 months ago after things started to go downhill for him. There was something else that was problematic. Another reason why Jen had trouble with Mike is because he was dealing with some neurological issues that were making it harder and harder for him to function normally. He had tinnitus. I don't know how much you know about tinnitus, or if you know what it is, but people have taken their lives because of it. It's a ringing or a buzzing in your ears, and it doesn't stop. It was accompanied by headaches, so he would have these episodes every now and again, and they were getting more and more common. They would feed off of each other's energy, which would end up getting them in trouble together. I wouldn't necessarily say that Jen was to blame for Mike getting fired, but because he was spending more and more time staying up late and partying with Jen, he started to slip up at work. When things would go wrong at work, he would lie or he would blame it on other people. But it was apparent that Mike was slipping up time and time again, and he would be given another chance because he was such a hard worker. But then it kept happening over and over again. Eventually, he was starting to become a risk for the company, so they had to let him go. Mike was depressed. He had lost who he thought was the love of his life. He had lost his job. Even his son, someone he had been able to count on, left him. Maddie was now 12 years old, and he moved back to Michigan to live with his mom, Danielle. This was just that downward spiral that eventually led Mike to drive by Denise's house on January 17th, 2008 around 2:15 p.m. And that's why I say he wasn't lost that day on Latour Avenue, but he was lost in life. That morning was like any other, back at Mike's house at 3493 Sardinia Avenue in Northport. His next-door neighbor Dana saw him pulling out of his driveway, and she actually thought to herself, "I hope he never comes back." You might be wondering why. I know I was when I was reading the story. What had he done to this neighbor? Dana Lewis lived with her mom, Oma Mae Bird. They were from Kentucky. About 7 years ago, they decided to move to Northport, and then about 6 months later, Mike moved in next door to them. Oma's grandson, Austin, used to play with Mike's son, Maddie, and everything seemed to be great. One time when Danielle was visiting Mike with Maddie, she got into an argument with Dana, but they sorted it out and came to an understanding. But during that conversation, she caught a glimpse inside Mike's world. Danielle told her that he would fly off the handle, except he wouldn't do it with his son, only with Danielle. And then she remembers that Jen was living there as well. Jen had been living there for a while. She, Mike, and Maddie were like a family, and they would do all kinds of normal things. But Dana remembers at one point, all the neighbors began competing with one another to see who had better things. And when I say all the neighbors, it was basically 3 neighbors in this area, mostly Dana and Mike. They wanted to see who had nicer cars, nicer lawns. I'm sure you have heard the phrase, keeping up with the Joneses. That's what we're talking about. At first, Dana and Oma thought it was all in good fun. It was just a neighborly thing. that Mike was like any other neighbor. There wasn't even anything to complain about. There was nothing wrong with him. He didn't play loud music. He didn't have weirdos walking around outside the house or anything. But something unusual happened. When Dana bought a new Cadillac, it was a really nice one, and she had worked hard for it. She definitely didn't purchase it to one-up anyone. This is just something she wanted. But Mike did not see it that way. Before her Cadillac came along, he had the nicest cars on the block. One day, she walks outside to get in her car, and she noticed all of her tires were slashed. Not only that, there were eggs all over her car, just sizzling in the Florida sun and tarnishing her paint. Dana suspected it was Mike. Who else would it have been? Who would do that? Who would care enough to ruin something that Dana owned? So Oma and Dana were convinced that Mike did it because he wanted to be the only one with nice things. After this incident, he no longer even spoke to them anymore. Then something else happened. After Oma decided to have a nice in-ground pool put in, something that she had wanted to do for many years, it was some time after Mike went out and bought his own pool, an above-ground one. He put it up in the backyard and invited all the kids over to enjoy it. Well, Oma finally saved up enough to get a pool of her own. As soon as they were breaking ground and laying down the cement, Mike had to make a comment. Remember, her decision to get a pool has nothing to do with me, yet he comes over and starts telling them, "Oh, I'm going to get a pool too, and it's going to be a bigger one." Once the pool was finished, she saw him staring over as the kids were smiling, laughing, playing, and carrying on in this fresh, sparkling water, having a good time. Even his son, Maddie, was over taking a swim. But Mike would just stand there giving her dirty looks. Finally, Oma decided to put a fence around their backyard, not because of Mike and how close his house was to hers, but just for safety and privacy. That's all. Well, Mike believed she did it to spite him. Anytime they were swimming, he would run his lawnmower right up next to their new fence. It would spew all these wet blades of grass over the fence, stain the wood, and all the dust, particles, and gasoline fumes would be flying over into their yard. So it was really hard to enjoy. He would also never leave his driveway in a civilized manner. This man had to burn and spin his tires every time. But the worst thing they found was battery acid. It had been thrown all over their pool floats and all their pool supplies, and it burned right through everything. They couldn't tell for sure whether it was him or not, but who else would it have been? Oh, he was mean to animals too, and that's not okay. They had this tiny little dog out in their yard, not Mike's, and he just didn't like it, so he threatened to kill it. This made Dana very upset, and she would have words with him all the time, and they were not kind words. She would refer to him, her words, as a fat effer. At this point, Oma decides to get cameras, and they found out that he was shooting BBs at their house, breaking out lights and stuff. They just thought he went crazy. What was frustrating was that the cops wouldn't do anything. Like in many cases we hear about, Dana just kept asking the cops, "How far does this have to go before you will step in? Does somebody have to die for you to do something?" Mike had no criminal record, and the cops didn't have that much evidence of anything illegal. They wouldn't even watch the videotape. These things just were not high on their list of priorities, and they considered his shenanigans just innocent pranks. The cops told Dana, "Go over there and solve it with him. You guys are adults. Talk to him and find out what the problem is." But to her, it was well beyond that. So, what was it about these neighbors that pissed him off so much? Oma said she thought she knew. She thinks that Mike had always been into Dana, and since she would not give him the time of day, he wanted revenge. Look, we're never gonna know for sure. All we know is that Dana saw him pulling out of his garage that day and just thought to herself, "I wish he would go away." Never to return. Was her wish about to come true? You're gonna find out. It was right before noon, and Mike was on his way to the gun range to shoot off a few rounds. Meanwhile, Denise was back at her house going through her normal daily routine. Around 1:30 p.m., following the stop at the gun range, Mike was now doing something a lot of us do, I know I do. He was just driving around, listening to music, getting into his own thoughts. Remember that he is somewhat of a dreamer, but this day it was almost as though he was in a trance. Since his house was going through foreclosure, he had packed everything up and was selling everything. His house was pretty much empty. He was even sleeping on the floor and didn't really feel like he had anywhere to go or anyone to be with. Mike might have been in that subdivision for the same exact reason the Lees had been there a few months ago, looking for a place nearby with cheap rent. His house was going into foreclosure, he had a lot of debt, and his house was only about 10 minutes away, so it would make sense for him to be looking around in other subdivisions nearby for homes that had "for rent" signs up. Going on the theory that Mike could have been looking for a house to rent, something I recognized was that Mike's house had a lot of the same characteristics as the Lees did. They were both 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes with around the same square footage. The roads between Mike's and the Lees' were all in residential areas and were few and far between, which means it wasn't packed with a lot of houses back to back, so I assume there weren't that many available to rent. Who knows? He may have seen an old listing and thought the Lees' house was still available, so he took a drive to check it out. Look, they both have homes around a bend at the end of the street with only one neighbor on the same side. It has a lanai, similar type kitchen, a window off the kitchen and the living room. It's almost the same setup. And the Lees' home may have been cheaper since it was in this underdeveloped neighborhood. Around 2 p.m., Denise starts to cut Noah's hair. She was in such a good mood that day. She and Nate had been talking about possibly having another baby. She actually thought she could be pregnant, so they were waiting to find out about that. And it's just crazy to me how life can change in an instant. You could be minding your own business at your own home in broad daylight, and the next hour, everything changed. She was expecting Nate to call her around 3 o'clock when he left work, as usual, to let her know he was coming home. I want to remind you, though, that he had called her at 11 o'clock, and they talked for just a few minutes. That's when he told her to open all the windows. Remember I told you that there's something significant about those windows? Well, that was the first clue that something was wrong. Before I explain what it was, let's turn to what everyone else was doing during the same time frame. Nate was on his way home around 3:15. Nate called Denise at 3 o'clock, like he always did, but she didn't answer. As a matter of fact, her dad had also called her phone around this time, and she didn't answer his call either. He usually made it a point to talk to her by the end of the week, because sometimes he'd have to let them borrow some money, or he would invite them over to eat, because he knew they would be on their last dime until Nate got paid again. It wasn't that unusual for Rick not to get a hold of her because she was busy with the kids. When Nate couldn't get a hold of Denise, though, he called again and again and again. All it would do was go straight to her voicemail. So he called 8 times in 20 minutes as he drove home, and he was driving way faster than usual. He was definitely starting to worry because it was very odd for her not to answer at all. He thought maybe she went out, but then he would have been a little perturbed if she wouldn't have let him know. Like at least called him to let him know so he wouldn't worry. Just very unlike her. He wasn't really that concerned until he pulled up to their driveway. The 8 missed calls, plus the fact that the windows were closed, made him feel very uneasy. Even though he could see Denise's car parked in her usual spot on the driveway, it was the fact that typically when he and Denise decided on something like keeping the windows open all day, so the breeze would come through to make sure it was nice and cool when he came home from work, it would be odd for her to decide against that. So he wondered why she would close all the windows. She knew they were trying to save money, and it got hot and sticky and stuffy if they kept them closed. He wasn't upset, he was just confused. But he was even more confused as he stepped inside the house. It was humid and sticky, as he assumed it would be, but it was what he heard that concerned him. All he could hear were his kids crying. He kept calling Denise's name over and over again, looking around confused about why she's not coming out when he called her. Denise, being raised the way that she did, she knew her surroundings. She tried to make the very best decisions to keep herself and her family safe at all times. And you know how Mike is, he's got this jealous nature. Maybe when he drove by and realized that the home had been rented, he felt upset. He was missing out on chances left and right. Nothing was going his way, and this was just another thing to add to the list. We will never know exactly why Mike was driving in that subdivision, but we do know he spotted Denise as he was coming around that bend. He would have been able to see her out on the lanai with Noah. Who knows if he even noticed that she had a child out there, but there's no doubt he could see right into the screened area, right at Denise. She was his type, young, slender, and petite. She looked younger than she was, almost like a teen. He was in a low place in life, and maybe monsters like this need to take out their aggression on someone weaker than them. Maybe he was so upset that he wasn't getting what he wanted in life. He felt like taking something that wasn't his. Mike drove around several times. The second to the last time he made his way around the Tor Avenue, he was almost at a crawl. You've got to be a heartless person if you see a mother with 2 young children and have no compassion in your heart to know that you're ripping her away from her children, that you're about to do something so terrible to her. Mike was a father, and though he doesn't stop to think for a second, how would he feel if this was happening to his son, or his mother, or the mother of his child? What do you think you could have done if you were in Denise's position, confronted with this armed man that's 200 pounds? We know Denise didn't want anything to happen to those babies, so she must have convinced Mike to let her put the boys in the house. She closed all the windows. Why? It could have been Mike, but there are 3 theories. Tell me which one makes the most sense to you. 1. Mike told her to because the babies were screaming, and she might have been screaming too, and he didn't want to draw any attention to the home. 2. She did it because it would be an outward signal to Nate that something was wrong, cleverly leaving behind a message that she did it because she was forced to do it, because she knew it would draw attention and leave a clue behind. 3. Because she was afraid if she left them open, the babies could get out. Somehow, after she was taken, whatever the reason, someone closed the windows. She knew in that moment what was going to happen. Women know. They know there's probably just one thing that these men want to do to them, or maybe 2 if they don't let them live. It would be so terrifying to think you have no control over what's going to happen next. You have no idea what's going to happen. And for Denise, thinking about all that, plus not wanting anything to happen to her babies, we're never going to know exactly what she said to Mike. But it's apparent that he allowed her to leave the boys behind. Maybe they were going to be too much trouble because the heinous acts that he was about to commit were not ones he wanted to do at Denise's house. Probably because he knew that somebody would be coming back. Her husband, maybe. She said that. Maybe she made a threat. Maybe she told him, "My husband will be home any minute." But it was actually true. What's sad is that Nate barely missed Denise as she was put inside Mike's car and abducted by him. It's too bad the neighbor wasn't looking outside at that exact moment that Denise was forced into the back seat at gunpoint. It wasn't until Jennifer heard his car that she made her way back to the window, which we talked about before, and she appeared outside. By that time, Mike was already passing in front of her house. She did not see anyone but him in the car, and she did not see him putting anyone into the car. When Nate entered the house around 3:25, P-Man heard his sons crying. He walked into the room to find them both in the same crib, which was very unusual. He was going room to room, and he did not know what to think. He did start taking a mental note of everything he saw, and he noticed she had put some clean clothes out as though she was going to change into them. He saw a high chair on the back of the lanai with hair on the floor, and he knew she would have never left the chair out there, or the hair. He was certain she would not have left it like that. As he was looking around, he noticed that her purse, her keys, and her phone were still there. The front door was locked, so he knew she probably had to make her way through the sliding glass door and out the lanai. In these situations, before you freak out, you try your best to think of reasons why this would be happening. His first thought was, maybe she locked herself out. We don't have to wonder exactly what Nate stumbled upon when he got home, or the way he felt, because we have a 911 call. And I'm going to play that for you right now, but I just want you to know, There are going to be a few more 911 calls after this, so just bear in mind you're going to be hearing real calls from people in this case. This one was the first one to come in, and it's from Nate at around 3:29 p.m. After realizing Denise wasn't there, before he called 911, he called Denise's mother, and she hadn't heard from Denise either. Now she's racing over there as Nate called the cops. After hanging up with 911, Nate called Rick to let him know the bad news. He says, "I can't find Denise, she's missing." Rick's thrown off guard. He couldn't even think. He couldn't believe the words that were coming out of Nate's mouth, and he wanted to know exactly what he meant by that. He needed details. How long has she been gone? When was the last time you talked to her? Where could she be? Where have you already looked? This is what Rick did for over 2 decades. He tracked people down, he worked on missing persons, and he worked with absolute monsters. He wasn't able to connect that this was going to touch so close to home for him. The cops arrived around 3:45 at Denise's house. And of course, we have to keep in mind that spouses or anyone close to the victim or the person that's missing or assumed missing is going to be suspicious. But they could tell after talking to Nate that he was completely distraught. Rick knows he's got to act fast, so he immediately calls his chief and he begs him to help them, even though this is not his department's jurisdiction. He didn't even have much information. He just knew, we have to start looking for her right away. And the police force did not hesitate. This was one of their own. At this point, Rick is pressing Nate for more information. He asks, "Were you guys in a fight? What was she wearing?" Nate says, "No, we didn't get in a fight. I have no idea what she was wearing. I was at work." The cops start walking around the house, trying to see if anything's out of place. Nate tells them that everything looks normal, except for the fact that Denise is not there, and her keys, her car, her purse, and her phone were where she would have never left them. Denise's mom finally shows up, and she takes the boys back to her house because it's too much for these little boys to handle. They go to interview one of the only witnesses nearby, which was the teenager next door. She could not believe what she was seeing. She thought there was something peculiar about that man driving that Camaro, and to look over and see all those cops next door, it was horrifying. She thought it could be her. It could have been her. It's hard because you're left feeling like you could have done more, but what could she have done? Called the police and said there's a suspicious car in a driveway. I mean, again, not on their list of priorities. She was questioned thoroughly by the police. She said she didn't see anyone in the car with that man. The Lee's house became a crime scene faster than they could even call it their official home. The yellow tape was being pulled out and put all around their house, and it was surreal, just unimaginable that this could happen in the blink of an eye. Rick was probably the most taken aback by what was going on. It was like he was in a dream. He had done this time and time again, but this time it was different. He then called the Northport Police Department and begged them to let him get his own guys to work on the case, even though this wasn't his jurisdiction. But he knew his daughter would not have gone away by herself, that this was definitely a missing person. His team was on it. They sent out canines, they went to all different places around the house, they had helicopters in the sky, and they had teams out there searching for his daughter. That's when they put out a bolo, be on the lookout, and they had as many cops as they could from both jurisdictions on the case. But what they didn't know was Denise was being held captive by her kidnapper. Mike pulled into his own driveway near his empty house where he forced Denise inside. He tied up her wrists, and we will not know how many times this man violated her, but he did, in more ways than one, and in more areas than one, in a very violent manner. Like I explained, Mike's life was out of control. He wasn't getting what he wanted, so he stole what he wanted from an innocent person. The bolo didn't go out until an hour and a half after Denise had been reported missing, and by 6:15, they get another 911 call. We always want to know, or at least I do, how the victim was feeling and what they were thinking, what was going through their mind. In these moments, and in this case, and this is what captivated me the most and hurt me the most, we don't have to guess what Denise was going through at this point, because the second call came in from Denise herself. This woman had the wherewithal and the bravery to think quickly and steal Mike's cell phone. Denise thought like a cop. Everything she learned from her dad was being put into action that day. She was blindfolded in the back of a car, and she called 911 and somehow concealed the phone in a way that only she could hear the 911 operator. I cannot figure out how in the world she was able to accomplish this. But calling 911 is what we are taught to do, that when we call, they'll know where we are, and they will come track our location and save us. With fear in her voice, you are going to hear how she disguised calling 911 by pretending she was talking to Mike, the man who a few hours ago decided to park his car in her driveway and take her from her children. It doesn't matter how many times I hear this call, it makes me angry every single time. Honestly, the first thing I thought of was wanting to slap some sense into this 911 operator. I apologize for saying that. But what were they thinking? Did they not understand that this woman was in trouble? They just kept repeating, "Hello, hello, hello." How does that help anyone? It's their job to listen. I feel like training was not done properly. Why was it so hard to understand that Denise was in trouble? All they could do was keep saying hello. I understand this is happening very fast. We're listening to it after the fact. I understand that maybe the operator didn't understand that Denise wasn't at home, that she was in a car, but she began to make it clear little by little, as best as she possibly could. It's clear to me, a person listening who doesn't have any experience being a 911 operator, that this is a person who's in desperate need of help, and they're obviously trying to disguise the call. What angered me the most is the time wasted. She kept saying, "All I want is to see my family again." It's obvious to me when she kept saying that, and the fact she kept saying, "Please let me go," and "Where are we going?" that she had been taken. And you're hearing music, radio from the car, and the operator on the other line has no idea she's in a vehicle. It's absolutely gut-wrenching for me to listen to that call. And if you have to, I know it's hard, but listen to it again after everything I just said. I don't know if you heard this, but by the end of the call, Mike realizes his phone is missing. I don't even know how she was able to get the phone in the first place, but to think she had that phone, this is something that many victims never even get a chance to do. And then she called the people that she had always been told were there to help. They're there to rescue you. And what hurt me really bad was that she kept telling him she was sorry. Sorry for what? This woman didn't do anything wrong. She had nothing to be sorry for. But it was because she was causing a scene. Who wouldn't? Finally, the operator is getting a clue. She's like, "What's your name?" Denise is just so smart that she's actually able to cleverly conceal from Mike what she's doing, and that she's giving the operator all the information. So now this operator knows her name, figures out that she's on the road, that she's blindfolded, even what her address is. What more could she have needed? All the while, you can hear that country music, and it's eerie. I don't know for sure, but it sounds like at some point Mike may have stopped the car, because at the end you could really hear Denise talking to the operator without having to conceal it as much. I don't know if he might have been outside the car, bending over, looking for his phone, or looking for it in the trunk, but it just seems like in that moment she may have been alone, and she's begging for help. And when this operator has the audacity to complain that the music is too loud, I can't believe Denise was actually able to get him to turn it down. That is crazy to me. How long was this call going on? It was like a 6-minute phone call, can you imagine? And the operator is like, "Oh, can you have him turn down the radio? It's still a lot, I can't hear you. Can you have him turn it down?" "Oh, sir, even though you're kidnapping me, do you mind turning down the radio just a smidge?" I don't know if you could make out what Mike was upset about, but he's explaining, and I've read this and gone through the facts. He was planning on letting her go, but that she messed up. We're gonna find out why later, but apparently she had tried to escape and had screamed to call the police. He said he was gonna let her go, but so many abductors say the same thing and they never do. Now remember, Denise started her call at 6:14 p.m., and what happens next is unbelievable. Another 911 call comes in. It blows my mind that they had yet another chance to help this poor woman. Because while Mike is driving down the highway with Denise in his back seat, a woman that's driving next to his vehicle paid attention to the signs that something wasn't right. Instead of minding her own business and passing right by, she called 911. By 6:30, they get the call. The woman making this call is Jane Kowalski. Jane lives in Tampa. She's driving 40 miles to Fort Myers to visit her grandma, who has been in need of more supervision as she got older. And she's on the phone with her sister, giving her a play-by-play. When all this is going on, what I think is the most interesting thing about Jane and her calling the police is the fact that she's literally working for a company that made the software for 911 emergency dispatch centers around the country. It just seems like the perfect combination of all the things coming together to help locate Denise. It's like the stars were aligning for this woman. She's driving on Highway 41 next to the green Camaro when she stops at a traffic light. She could literally hear someone screaming, which we know is Denise Amber Lee. She decides in that moment she's got to do something. So what does she do? She does what we're told to do. She calls even her 911. She heard the screams, and she literally thinks that someone's in Jane's car. That's how loud this was. This was right after Denise had hung up with 911. If you're putting the timeline together, that's when this was occurring. Jane had never heard a scream like this before. She couldn't make out whether it was a little kid or if it was an animal because she couldn't see who was making the noise. You don't want to actually jump to conclusions right away. She got the courage to look over and see what was going on. The only thing she saw was a man in the driver's seat. She caught his eye. He looks over at her and their eyes meet. She tries to turn away because she had given him the look like, "What's going on in your car?" The way that he looked back scared her. But as soon as she is turning her head away, something catches her eye, and she looks as she sees a tiny hand come up from over the back seat. That's Denise's hand, and she is pounding on the scene in front of her, and she's pounding on the window as hard as she could. And she knew she had to do something. You don't see this every day. This is not real. This is in movies. You don't see someone in the back seat of a car pounding on the windows. Mike saw Jane looking at him, and you know what he did? He turned around and he pushed Denise's head back down into the back seat. When Jane locked eyes with him, it freaked her out. He was scary looking. You don't know what this person's capable of, but she didn't back down. She was determined to get his license plate number. She was just waiting for him to go forward, but then he wasn't moving. After he realized that Jane saw him, he knew if he passed her, she would get his license plate number. So he slowed down, and she tried to slow down to try to be at the same pace. But it was rush hour on a Thursday. There were people honking their horns. She was in a lot of traffic. This was a main highway, so she felt she had to speed up, and that's when Mike got right behind her. License plates on cars in Florida are not like they are in other states. They don't have license plates on the front of the car. They only have them on the back of the car. So this is probably his way of concealing his license plate. She can't just look in her rearview mirror and get the number. She would have to be behind him. And now Jane realizes he's behind her and he can get her license plate number. But I think that he saw me look at him, and I'm not trying to be overdramatic here, but something's going on because he's going even slower now. The vehicle had a white male driver. I've got everybody hollering at me. Just 1 second, he's going to turn left onto Toledo Blade. He's turning left right now. Do you want me to try to follow him or? Jane gives the operator her name and her number, and she's thinking, well, of course they're going to call her back to let her know what happened. She even pulls over and waits for a while, but she never gets a phone call back. She can't stop thinking about this. Was it a prank? Was it real? Was it fake? What's even more upsetting is that Rick had been listening to the police scanners, and he learns that a call had come in from his daughter, or who could be his daughter. So the dispatch requests the operator to forward the recording to Rick's email, and you can hear them on the radio saying this: "Do you have a voice recording? They'll be sending it by email." When Rick heard that there was a call, His first instinct was to think it could be a prank. He couldn't believe that it could be his daughter, but he also couldn't believe that somebody would do that if they did. It wasn't until he actually heard Denise's voice on the call that he realized that this was happening, that this was true, absolutely horrific. They are now trying to beat the clock, they're fighting time. They have no idea what's going on, but they do know who this monster is, what car he's driving, and his license plate number, because they were able to track that information from the phone number. I'm gonna let you know, there's yet another call. Yes, another call. The more I hear this, the more frustrated I get because I'm thinking, why isn't anyone on their way? Why isn't anyone already at the scene? This is like a few miles from Denise's home. Well, you're gonna find out one reason in just a moment. But as all this is going on, another call comes in, pretty much at the exact time that Denise's call's coming in. So I'm telling you about this call after Jane's, but it actually coincided with the time that Denise was on the phone with another operator. They're simultaneously getting these calls. Remember that I told you about Mike's family and how he had a cousin named Harold who he used to lie to all the time? Well, they were pretty close. They both lived in Northport and would see each other pretty frequently. On that evening before Denise's 911 call, Mike came over to Harold's unannounced. What he did when he got there, and what he asked for when he got there, and what Harold saw terrified and horrified him so much that he couldn't keep it a secret. He doesn't call 911 though, like he should have, because he's too afraid. He has a criminal record and doesn't want to get involved, but he immediately called his daughter Sabrina. He lets Sabrina know what had just happened. He tells her that he tried to call 911, and if you're not familiar, it usually blocks your phone number. It used to back in the day, everybody used that. But when he tried, it wouldn't go through, so that's why he called Sabrina, so that she would call the police. Meanwhile, Harold is making his way to a payphone to call in an anonymous tip just in case Sabrina didn't call. Even though Sabrina is only a teenager, she took it upon herself to make that call and do the right thing. So this call's coming in, like I said, around the same time that the call from Denise is coming in, so they're overlapping. Yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but the operator says they've been looking for this female. That's because they already put in a bolo when the officers left Denise's home. This was after they interviewed the neighbor who said he was driving a green Camaro. We heard that over the radio. Now they're getting more information from Sabrina that the green Camaro is owned by her dad's cousin, Michael King, and that he pulled up to her dad's driveway asking him for a shovel, a gas can, and something else. And that something else was a flashlight. That is horrifying to think that Harold would go along with that he wouldn't stop his cousin and help this poor woman out. Because, I don't know if you heard what she said, Denise got out of the car that I was referring to in Denise's 911 call when he said that she effed up, and had she not effed up, he was gonna let her go. Just for a little more context to understand what might have been going on in Harold's mind when Mike stopped. He said, "I'm in the middle of mowing my lawn, and the lawnmower gave out. It just ran out of gas and got stuck in a ditch in my front yard." He asked Harold if he could borrow a flashlight to use to see the lawnmower, a shovel to lift it out, and a gas can to get it started again so he could move it. It actually does sound pretty believable, had it not been for the fact that Harold saw Denise in the back seat, screaming. I would maybe go so far to say that him not doing anything could have caused what happened next to occur, because he had time to stop this. Denise got out of that car somehow, and she screamed out to Harold to call the cops. Then he witnesses Michael struggling with Denise, and he doesn't help her. He doesn't stop Mike, he doesn't call 911. Not only that, he sees that Denise is tied up. Harold watched Mike push Denise back into the vehicle. He said a part of him just thought it was another one of Mike's crazy girlfriends in a dispute with him. But that's not what he told police when he called in. After this call, they put out yet another bolo with the description of the car with the black bra as an additional piece of evidence. The crux of this case has to do with negligence, the absolute negligence that happened here, the dropping the ball in more ways than one. The 911 operator who took Jane's call failed to route that call properly. And the reason why is because the Northport police were handling the case. Charlotte County, which was the county that Rick worked for, only got involved because Rick asked them to. When Jane was driving on the 41, she had just passed the county line. That line separates Northport from Charlotte County, so her call was routed to Charlotte County, not Northport. Still, there should have been a record made and dispatchers notified. There were helicopters in the sky, there were deputies on foot with police dogs and patrol cars, and they were so close that had this opportunity not been missed and this negligence not happened, Denise wouldn't be face to face with a monster less than a few miles away from her home. Meanwhile, the police are banging down Mike's door. Here's what the officers are relaying over the radio. I can't imagine the fear that was in Denise's father, because he knew how these things turned out. Yet he is trying so hard to hold on to hope that his daughter wouldn't become another statistic. But time was running out. There they were at 3493 Sardinia Avenue, the house that stood still like no one lived there. They kicked down the door of this empty house with their guns out in front of them, going room to room looking for Denise or any signs that she had been there. Here's the police radio. Did you have duct tape in a bedroom with long strands of brown hair? But they did spot something, a roll of duct tape when they entered the master bedroom. You can hear an officer over the radio saying that there was a blanket placed over the window. There was another blanket that was crumpled up on the floor. I'm going to show it to you on the screen. This is a Winnie the Pooh blanket, probably reminiscent of when his little boy was younger, or maybe it came from Denise's house. They collected what they could. They got a hair tie that was laying on the floor, a wad of bunched up duct tape that hair was sticking to, and they also got a pillow on a makeshift bed that was placed on the floor, which is what I'm showing you here. When I look at this, I get sickened, because this is most likely where Mike carried out his heinous acts on Denise. This was another crime scene, so they began putting the yellow tape around Mike's house, a second scene that they had to search from top to bottom. Oma and Dana are living right next door. They knew this man could fly off the handle, and now they're looking outside as a sea of police cars have their lights flashing and helicopters are above the house. Now news stations are getting involved because the word is getting out. Amidst as much doubt as Rick had in his mind, he was still holding out hope. Him and Nate were hoping for the best, and everybody was hoping for the best because of the sheer amount of people that were helping. Nate really thought they were going to find her. These investigators were not leaving any stone unturned. They were cutting up pieces of the carpet. They were collecting hair ties, the blanket, the duct tape. I think to myself, she was leaving behind clues. That's what we're told to do. Leave something behind. I don't know if you're thinking the same thing I was, but I was like, why are they not on Toledo Blade at this point? Rimno, that was the road that Jane said the car turned down. Why are they not there? Well, you know why they're not there. They didn't find out about that 911 call until 2 days later. They would have been able to get there in a matter of minutes, if not seconds. There were 70 units positioned at different checkpoints all over Northport and beyond. They had positioned a lot of the patrol cars on I-75, which was one of the largest highways in the area. This is because there are on-ramps and off-ramps, and they wanted to make sure they knew every car that was coming in and out. It wasn't until 9:15 p.m. So you do the math. The call from Jane came in around 6:30. It's now 9:15, so Mike has had about 3 hours to himself and to his deeds, 3 more hours with Denise. And I just keep thinking, what happened in those 3 hours? There were 2 officers that were parked on a median, one facing one way, one facing the other way, and they were kind of butted up against one another watching the ramps. One of those highway patrolmen was Eddie Pope. When I read this, I got so upset. They were right near Toledo Blade, and all of a sudden around 9:15, they notice a car. It's coming off a side road onto Toledo Blade and then coming on the highway. Eddie Pope recognized it was a dark-colored Camaro, and it entered I-75 South. Now, you're going to hear from the police radio a call that comes in to dispatch, trying to catch. As Highway Patrolman Pope follows this car, he realizes that the license plate matches. He explains it better, but it's this chilling feeling that you get. It's this feeling of adrenaline because you know that this is your guy, but you're also terrified. You don't know what this person's capable of. Traffic stops are some of the most, if not the most, dangerous encounters that police can have. He put on his lights, not knowing what was going to happen, and he tries pulling the Camaro over. Right away, Pope could see that there was only one person in the car. No Denise from what he could see. He wasn't going to take a chance either. He grabbed his pistol, opened his car door, and then he took cover behind it, and he asked the driver to put up their hands and get out of the vehicle. He sees the figure with his legs coming out of the car, and Pope is ready to shoot because he has no idea what's going to happen. He has no idea what's going on. Just like he's taught to do, he orders the man to walk to the back of his own vehicle and put his hands up that way. He's not near his car. Mike can't go back, operate his car, and leave. You're putting space between the driver and their ability to leave the scene. That's exactly why police officers do this. And as soon as Pope came closer with his pistol raised, Mike said he wanted a lawyer. That was the first thing that came out of his mouth. He says, "I want a lawyer." Pope wastes no time. He handcuffs him and throws him against the car and starts pressing him about where Denise is. He's screaming at him, "Where's the girl?" And Mike keeps repeating, "I want a lawyer." But Pope doesn't let up. He just keeps screaming, "Listen to me. Where's the Ethan girl?" And this is when Mike says that he had been hijacked. His car had been hijacked. Do you really think that this officer believed him? No, it wasn't hard to tell that Mike had been somewhere doing something because his jeans were soaking wet and they had dirt all over them up to his waist, and there was mud on his shoes. I'm sure you know where this is going. Pope pats him down, trying to make sure he has no weapon on him, and he finds a wallet and a cell phone. The cell phone no longer has a battery in it or a SIM card. So, between the 911 call and now, Mike, at the very least, had suspicions that either his cell phone had been used or it was being tracked. They don't waste any time. They begin to search his vehicle from top to bottom, and they did find things, but they didn't find Denise. She was nowhere to be found. They found the gas can, which was now lying on the passenger side of the car on the floor. They find the shovel, and they see it's been used because it still has wet dirt on the tip. It's lying in the back seat along with the flashlight and blankets. They might not have known where Denise was, but they definitely knew that she was in the car because she left clues behind. They continued to examine his vehicle, and they saw blood. Their flashlights could tell there was a substance on the outside of his car, on the hood, and on the black bra. As they examined the car closer, they noticed another liquid that was running down the hood of the car. It was some kind of thick, clear liquid along with hair, and they also found hair in the back of the vehicle. These were not good signs. Any experienced law enforcement officer knows that these are signs that they've missed their chance to save someone. Can you believe that Mike maintained the story that he was kidnapped? When they took him to the station, he wouldn't quit. He was just telling another one of his lies. But trust me, these investigators were not falling for his lie. His story was that some guy and Denise had hijacked him at gunpoint. They got into his car and they told him to drive. He said that they put some kind of covering over his head, and they tied him up and they just took off. Oh, and he wasn't able to hear anything. No, he couldn't hear what the girls said, or he could hardly hear them screaming, because the hijacker took his time to shove earplugs into Mike's ears. Of course, the investigators are pressing him and telling him things like, "Listen, we need to find her. She's got 2 babies at home. I'm here because I need to find out what happened. You're the only person right now that can tell us what happened. We need to find out where she is and what was going on." The investigator even asked him, "Where should we start looking? Where did all of this take place?" And Mike says, "You know what? You should probably go and look close to my house because that's where it initially took place." And isn't it interesting, he's telling the story and turning it on himself because he did that to Denise? He took her from her driveway, he put a blindfold on her, he held hurricane point and pushed her into his car. The investigators were already on Toledo Blade and everything around it, since that was the road that he came from. It's getting late at this point, but they're doing the best they can. They have professional divers in the swamps, helicopters still above, dogs on the ground, but it's getting dark, and they knew they weren't going to be able to continue. They had to end the search because it was also starting to rain. However, that night wasn't over for Mike. They were continuing to press him. He says the man took them out of the car and made them walk into a dark area and that they were both tied up. He just keeps going on and on and on. This would bother me so bad. 7 hours after Denise was kidnapped, canines made a hit on some disturbed dirt. It was very close to where Michael was apprehended, and it happened at the end of the night. So like I said, they knew they were not going to be able to continue. One of the dogs had run off right when they were pulling everything back in, and the dog went into the woods and started to alert on this spot. As much as they wanted to look right away, they did not have enough light or resources to break ground that night, so they had to wait till the next day. Meanwhile, Mike's ex-girlfriend Jen is being questioned. She cannot believe what they're telling her. She couldn't imagine he would do something like this, but that he did have problems. She told him about the injury when he was younger and the things that had been happening recently. She said sometimes he would have off days and he wouldn't be like himself, and he was super depressed lately. But none of that gave her any reason to believe that he would do this. The next morning, Friday, January 18th, right after daybreak, investigators resumed the search. They targeted that area of interest from the night before. It was on Plantation Boulevard off I-75 and near another street called Panacea. I'm going to try to show it to you here on the screen. This is the approximate vicinity of where it was. However, I do have an overhead shot of where they were doing the investigation of this area, and you can see it right here. There were cops on horseback, there were canines sniffing the woods, helicopters, divers in the pond. They had people on boats, and they even had thermal imaging. Everything and anything. Can you imagine the sadness that Denise's mother and father were feeling? Her mother, Sue, caring for her 2 grandchildren while she's waiting to find out what's going to happen. I would be a wreck. Police were interviewing them as well and showing them pictures of Michael and asking, "Do you know him? Does he look familiar?" And neither one of them knew who he was. They had never seen him before. The thought has to cross your mind that you're never going to see your kid again. Rick knew in his heart they probably were not going to find Denise alive, and I think this is when you resign yourself to just wanting their body back. You just want to be able to know that they're home safely, even if you never get the chance to speak to them again, or look in their eyes like you did before, and have them look back at you, because they're just a shell of who they were. You still want them back. You don't want to imagine your child cold and lonely, even though you know they can't feel that, but you can feel. You can imagine just laying there by yourself. That is not the grave you want for someone you love. The word was getting out regarding Denise's disappearance. News stations were reporting on it, and as Jane was drinking her morning coffee, she sees it on the news. All she could think was, "Oh my God." She sees Mike's picture. She's like, "That's him." She calls the number on the screen to provide a tip, and when she spoke to the authorities, she told them about her 911 call. Nobody knew what she was talking about. It's frustrating because she said, I told you about Toledo Blade at 6:30 yesterday. Why haven't you found her? I saw her." They acted like they didn't even want to talk to Jane. They gave her the whole, "Ma'am, we'll get back to you." I think at this point they knew that they had messed up. They had enough evidence to charge Mike with kidnapping, so they did lock him up and they were still interrogating him. They put him in a cell with a guy named Charlie, and it turns out that he's somewhat of an informant. Sometimes when people get locked up, they tend to relate to the other criminals there, and then they start to share and confess what they did. Many inmates, though, are trying to get information, because if you snitch, you can sometimes reduce your sentence. So this is Charlie's experience with Mike. He hears him saying over and over again, "I don't want to get effed in jail." I don't want to get effed by a gang in jail. All he's caring about is himself. Charlie knew everything that was happening because he could hear it on the police radios the whole time. Everything's going on, he's getting a play-by-play, and he's trying to get Mike to talk. Mike keeps telling Charlie that the cops are against him, that they're just trying to set him up because they can't find the other guy, and it's all a conspiracy, and he has nothing to do with it. Now, he changes his story and says, I was just driving down I-75, minding my own business, and I see this guy on the side of the road and I want to help him because he's in trouble. So, I pull over, and then all of a sudden, he shoves him in the back seat, and then he puts a girl back there, but he doesn't know what happened to her. What? Like, it doesn't make sense. Charlie's like, dude, you're a 200-pound man. How big was the guy? You couldn't do anything. And Mike's like, no, I was scared that he was gonna shoot me. Mike is trying to cover his tracks, so he says that the hijacker is just driving around some neighborhood in Mike's car. Mike knows everything, so he's trying to figure out a way he can spin the story. Charlie keeps questioning him, saying, what do you mean he's driving around a neighborhood? Mike's like, yeah, he's just driving around the neighborhood in circles. Charlie goes, if you had a hood over your head, how do you know that? How do you know where he was driving? And Charlie's getting frustrated, and he finally says, listen, dude, somebody saw you with the blonde girl. You were driving a car. Mike is like, what are you talking about? And Charlie admits he overheard everything when Mike was being booked, that the girl had called 911, she talked to the operator, they knew her name, they knew his voice, and they tracked his phone to him. They were in his house. Apparently, Mike didn't know any of this, but especially didn't know that Denise had actually reached 911, and he gets quiet. His mood flips. He's getting nervous. He says, wait, what? What do you mean? Charlie says what we would probably say, that we watch a lot of forensic shows, and they're going to be finding everything, he says. They're going to get your DNA, they're going to use luminol, they're going to see blood you left behind, your semen, your saliva. He looks right at Mike and says, they're going to get you. They're going to get you, man. It's over. Mike's quiet for a while, and then he wants to know everything about this 911 call because he's already trying to sew together another lie. He tells Charlie that the hijacker was on the phone the whole time. It was a hijacker, he says. Yeah, hijacker was on the phone. Now that I think of it, the whole time that was the hijacker. I'm not trying to make jokes in these videos. These are serious videos. I don't try to make jokes, but this is laughable. It gets more idiotic. Mike tells Charlie the hijacker made Mike take off his shoes, and then the hijacker put Mike's shoes on so that Mike's footprints would be everywhere to frame him for anything that was going to happen. Come on, it's not even a good story. It's a good idea, but it's not a good story. What's he going to say when they find semen? Is he going to say that the hijacker hijacked his eggplant too? And Mike, all the while, is pretending he cared about Denise, that he was the one trying to help her escape. He even says, gosh, you know, I hope she's okay. I hope they find her. And that's sickening. Mike's court-appointed attorney walks in, and Charlie was eavesdropping. The attorney tries to persuade Mike to tell him where Denise was. He says, this is your last chance to get life in prison instead of getting the electric chair. But he maintained his story that he was taken. At this point, they bring in his cousin Harold to try to get information from Mike, but he wouldn't budge. And here's part of that conversation. It's not much, but at the very least you'll be able to see Mike's demeanor. I couldn't. I tried to put 911. So he's sitting there telling his cousin the same story, that they hijacked his car and he tried to call 911. They knew he wasn't going to give them any information. I'm preparing myself. This is when the sad part of the story has to be told, and it's the part that I hate telling, but it's the part that always has to be told so that we can reveal what these monsters are like. When investigators returned to the site of interest, they noticed an area in a marshy field where the ground looked disturbed. According to the appellate brief, in the vicinity of the disturbed area, there were 2 small piles of sand that were out of place for normal terrain. In those piles of sand, there was what appeared to be blood. It appeared that the blood had been on the ground first, and then sand had been put on top of it because the sand had absorbed the blood. A forensic team started the excavation of the disturbed area on the morning of January 19th. As they removed the dirt, they noticed scalloped marks which were consistent with a round-nosed shovel digging straight into the earth. At a depth of 3 feet 1 inch, they discovered the nude body of Denise Amber Lee, lying on her side in the fetal position with a gunshot wound right above her right brow. There was also water in the bottom of the hole, and because her body was in the water and it was in an area that was away from the sunlight, it kept her body cold, so she was very well preserved. It just looked like she had been sleeping and she had just been placed there. A couple of days later, they did find a single 9mm shell casing, and it was in the grass near the gravesite. The actual bullet, though, was never found. A couple hundred feet away from the grave, a crime scene technician recovered a pair of boxers that belonged to Nathan. Denise wore them a lot. They also found a shirt that belonged to Denise. The boxers were tested for semen, and it was positive. The cells matched the DNA of Michael King. Since it was so close to her right eye, this led the medical examiners to conclude that the gun would have been seen by Denise. It had been right in her field of vision. Now this part is something that really disturbed me. I had never heard of anything like this before. If none of this has been disturbing enough, from the location of the wound, the medical examiner explained that when the weapon was discharged, it caused Denise's eye to explode. That thick, translucent substance that was located on the bra of the Camaro, that was most likely her ocular fluid. And like I said, I had never heard about that in any other case. There was also aspirated blood in her lungs, which means that she continued to breathe after her wound was inflicted. 2 pieces of duct tape were removed from her hair. The medical examiners found bruises on her wrists and concluded that they had been caused by ligatures, and some of them were defensive wounds. Her bra was torn and it was buried nearby, and there were bruises on her thighs. I am not going to go into details about the other parts of her body that we know were traumatized in the non-consensual event that occurred, but semen was recovered, and it matched Michael's to the exclusion of 1 quadrillion other Caucasian men. No question, he did this. It's terrifying to think that this woman was in her own home in the daytime with her children, innocently living her life. It wouldn't matter, and it definitely wouldn't change anything, but I want so badly to know what was going through Michael's head. Before the end of this video, there is more that I need to say, because I can't leave it like this. I want to celebrate how smart Denise was, the signs that she left behind, the evidence that she purposely planted to aid in the discovery of her identity in case she didn't make it. I'm sure she knew deep down inside that her father was going to do whatever it took to solve this case, and she helped. They found strands of her hair that were stuffed underneath the seats of the car, and she pulled them out, keeping the root intact so they would have DNA to collect. There was something else. When the cop's flashlight shined through the dark vehicle's back seat, something caught his eye. The light reflected off something shiny and small. Within the blanket in the back seat was a tiny heart-shaped ring, and you and I both know it's Denise's ring because we know she was in that vehicle. We know she was in that back seat, fighting for her life. We know that in her last moments, dealing with everything else she was dealing with, she purposely removed the heart-shaped ring that she never took off, the special ring Nate gave her on their very first Valentine's Day together. She took it and she placed it underneath the blanket in a crevice on the driver's side back seat, and I'm showing you the picture if you want to take a look. She left it behind as a sign that she had been there. It's so sad for me to think that in her last moments, she was making sure to do as much as she could so that this disgusting man was held accountable for what he did to her. When they found this ring, they had to have someone identify it, and that's when Nate's worst nightmare became a reality that he would never be able to shake. He came down to the police station and he had to confirm that the ring belonged to his beloved wife, Denise. He knew she never took that ring off, and he knew what it meant to her. It meant more to her than her wedding ring. Some part of him knew that she knew if she would have left her wedding ring behind, he might not have been able to identify it as much as he was able to identify the heart ring. Denise just knew that. We know Mike did this. So what happened to him? I don't like to end these stories until we talk about what happened to the person who carried out these horrific crimes, what he was charged with, and ultimately, what sentence he received. There were a lot of witnesses for this trial. There were doctors who came in and talked about his head injuries, and that he had a learning disability, and what his mental state was like, and the symptoms he was having, the headaches, the buzzing in his ears, the stress he was under. They had explained his relationship was falling apart, his house was being foreclosed on, he was unemployed. But these things happen to people on an everyday basis. It's no excuse for hurting an innocent person. His ex-girlfriend came in and she talked about only 2 days before the crime occurred, Mike's behavior became more extreme. He believed that the neighbors were looking through his windows and he was becoming even more paranoid. He thought people were following him, and it was only a matter of time before they caught him. Sometimes I think, anytime I hear paranoia, I think schizophrenia. But that's not what we're talking about here. The doctors who examined him concluded that it was actually frontal lobe damage. They found that he had abnormalities in the frontal lobe, and they concluded that the abnormal activity was consistent with traumatic brain injury. There was also a weird divot in his brain in that area, probably from his accident. The defense tried to argue he was in a catatonic state when this happened, but to me, I'm sitting here thinking, you're in a catatonic state, but you're able to look at a woman you don't know, go into her home, kidnap her, let her sons be put inside of a crib, take her back to your house, do unconsensual things to her, tie her up, drive to your cousin's house, all in a daze, all in a catatonic state. I find that very hard to believe. We usually want to know, why did this happen? We don't want to think that these things can happen at random. We want to find a connection. Some people say it was because one of her family members was a mortgage broker and Mike's house was being foreclosed on, so he was trying to get revenge. Another person came forward and said it was because Rick had a past as an undercover cop, and this was a hit. I don't know about that, because why would you have to do all those other things if it was a hit? Why not just enter the house? But the most logical one that people really did believe, but it was debunked by Denise's family, was a man who called in to say he was at the post office in Northport just a couple of hours before Denise went missing. He said she was standing behind him in line, and so was Mike. Mike was looking at her as she was coming through the door with a box. When she left, he saw Mike leave and assumed that Mike followed her back to her house. But at the trial, they concluded that this was a random act, that he randomly drove by, saw her, and in the blink of an eye, he premeditated what he was going to do next. As he sat in her driveway, his ex-girlfriend even testified that on that night between 4 and 6 p.m., this was after he had taken Denise but before he had killed her, that she talked to him on the phone and he sounded completely normal. That is really cold. In the end, though, they did not think that he was incapable of understanding right from wrong, especially with how disgusting and heinous this crime was, just how atrocious and cruel it had been. The judge sentenced him to death. We turned this on to him, direct from the beginning, with her 911 call amending this. But one last thing that made this case different than many others was the negligence of the 911 operators, and Nathan Lee filed a wrongful death suit against Charlotte County Police Department. That's the same police department that Denise's dad worked for. The lawsuit was based upon what happened to Jane's 911 call. I personally can't really stomach the fact that he kept referring to her as this girl. That's a fellow officer's daughter. Her name is Denise Amber Lee. Nate disagreed, and so did Rick. I mean, I hate to say that the sheriff's office is responsible for my wife's death because they didn't pull the trigger, but they could have stopped him. But again, the sheriff publicly defended his choices. Was it a missed opportunity? Certainly it was. Would it have changed the outcome? We'll never know. I don't think it would have, because we had officers in that area and looking for the green Camaro. They didn't find it. It didn't matter what the sheriff thought anyway. There was ample evidence presented at trial, that was not in the police department's favor. When Jane's 911 call came in, deputies from Charlotte County were on the exact road Jane was calling from. One deputy took the stand and said under oath that he was parked on the side of Toledo Blade at 6:35 p.m. He could have been behind Mike in mere minutes had that call been dispatched. During the trial, the 911 operator testified. The defense attorney argues, and you'll hear him in a second, that the blame shouldn't be transferred, in spite of what Mr. Boyle has told you, is about transferring responsibility. Transferring responsibility to the sheriff, that the sheriff should pay for what Michael King did. I understand what he's saying. Michael King is the reason why Denise is dead. But you can't just leave it at that because there's intervening causes to look at, and that was the negligence in this case. You have to hold someone accountable for that. The professional process was not followed in this case. We know that because Nate won the lawsuit. He also started a foundation called the Denise Amber Lee Foundation, and I'm going to put it up on my screen. Its mission is to standardize training for 911 dispatchers in all 50 states to ensure that emergency services always receive those calls. He never wants what happened to Denise to happen again. Denise's dad advocated for a new law, the Denise Amber Lee Law. It's standardized training for all 911 call operators, and it was put into place. Here he is in front of the court. We had cars on the road waiting to apprehend the guy right where she was at, but they never dispatched the car on behalf of my daughter's legacy. This bill passed, and they did sign that into effect. Okay, I promise this is the last part of the video, but I know you guys like details. Rick weighed in on the Gabby Petito case since it was in Northport, and it included some alleged negligence regarding the Northport police, and the fact that they mistook Brian's mom for Brian, and due to this huge mistake, they didn't follow him off the premises, and he got away. Nate tried very hard to heal, and he actually thought he would never be able to love again. As a single dad, he did his best to give his boys as much love as he could. But finally, he did meet a woman named Tanya, and he let her into his heart, and they fell in love. They're now married, and he says it's still hard for him. The memories of Denise will never leave him. He even worries if Tanya doesn't answer the phone, because it brings back the terrifying moments when he couldn't find Denise. We put our faith and trust in our instincts and our knowledge, and even our personal experiences to help us in times of danger. Sometimes that's not enough, so we rely on professionals whose job it is to help us when we can't help ourselves. Denise did all the right things. She did everything she could, then handed the baton to the system she believed in her entire life, banking on the heroes in blue to rescue her in the nick of time. She never got a chance to know the truth that her father hadn't failed her, that he's still a hero. The system failed, and they ran out of time. They say to go after what you want in life: romance, happiness, love, wealth. But sometimes, chasing our dreams leads to our worst nightmares, deadly. I want to introduce you to Julie Nist, but before I do, I'd like to introduce you to her parents, Julia and John. Julie's mother's name is Julia Bowman. She was born just a couple of days before Valentine's Day, on February 12, 1943, in Twin Lakes, which is an Indian reservation in New Mexico. She's part of the American Indian Navajo tribe, which is the second largest Indian nation in the United States. Back when Julia's mom was growing up, life on her reservation was not easy. There was a lack of electricity and running water, and not much to do, which led a lot of individuals down a path of alcohol and drug addiction to escape their everyday life. When Julia was 12, her parents decided to send her away. She went to a boarding school because they wanted her to learn English. This was located in Brigham City, Utah. When she got to the school, Julia started to realize that she didn't even know what the world was like beyond the reservation. Now, she was free. Julia was a beautiful girl. She had dark, long hair and gorgeous almond-shaped eyes. She had also been very confident and independent. As she spent more time away from her family and away from the reservation, the more she decided she didn't want to go back. It would be a couple more years before Julia was brave enough to tell her parents how she was feeling and that she wouldn't be coming back. However, instead of abandoning her education, she decided to just transfer to another Indian American school in Nevada. She loved it, And when she was 16, she started working as a nanny, which opened up her world even more. The family she worked for would take trips, and she would accompany them so that she could help with their children. One summer, she actually went to San Francisco, and while she was there, she was introduced to big city life. She'd never seen anything like it before. The traffic, the people, the noises of a city, the big skyscrapers. Everything was brand new, and it opened up this door of so many more possibilities she wanted to explore. So she decided to move to Colorado Springs. As soon as Julia moved to Colorado Springs, she started working as a nurse's aide. This was at a facility for the mentally ill. Julia was perfect for this job. She was very friendly, she liked to socialize, and Colorado Springs itself was perfect because they had an active nightlife, and she would be going out with friends all the time. There was a problem though. There was something that nobody knew about Julia. She had some demons. While she was working at the hospital, one of her co-workers, who was also a close friend, introduced her to amphetamines. The co-worker seemed to always be alert, pulling double shifts, picking up extra work, yet still finding time to have the energy to party all night. Julia was curious about how in the world she was able to do that. She got up the nerve to ask, and her friend said she had the secret. She had been stealing pills from the hospital. Speed pills. You want to try? Of course, Julia was naive, so she said yes. This would be the beginning of a long, bumpy road of addiction. Maybe if she could have seen her future before deciding to swallow that first pill, Julia would have made a totally different decision. If only she knew. As they say, hindsight is 20/20ths. She really enjoyed speed, mostly because it allowed her to stay up for days at a time. This seems like a good thing to some, but it wasn't. Even though she was awake, she was experiencing a lot of irritability. She was slowly becoming less of herself. She wasn't the Julia everyone used to know. It's usually a slow decline. It's not noticeable at first. Not only was she doing amphetamines, but she also became a heavy drinker. I'm highlighting this because of what happens in the future. Julia loved the nightlife because she got a lot of attention. She looked different from everybody else. She was the only Navajo girl. This made her extremely popular in her town. One night, on July 4th, 1964, while she was partying at a pub with friends, she bumped into a tall, handsome military police officer named John Scully. John was stationed at Fort Carson. He was 25 years old, grew up in Philadelphia, and was very different from Julia. John looked in her direction, and he noticed right away her beautiful dark hair, olive skin, just an exotic beauty, and he made his way over to her to start a conversation. They really didn't have that much in common except for the physical attraction that both of them felt instantly. John was smitten. He asked her out right away, and she said yes. So, they went on their first date, and they hit it off. After only a few more dates, John proposed to Julia. He said the minute he saw her, he knew that he was going to marry her. It sounds like a fairy tale right now. Anyway, on July 2nd, 1965, 2 days before the one-year anniversary of the day they met for the first time, Julia and John were married. They had a small ceremony at a Catholic church in Colorado Springs. However, they soon realized they couldn't afford where they were living, so they moved back to Philadelphia, closer to John's family. This is also when John applied to the Philadelphia Police Department. On February 6th, 1966, he officially started working as a patrol officer in North Philadelphia, a neighborhood well known for being dangerous. As you can imagine, this was hard on Julia. She was constantly worried, and it wasn't like today. They didn't have cell phones or any mode of communication that was readily available to keep in touch. There were times when he had to rush out in the middle of his day off because he was on call and there was an emergency. But in the spring of 1967, Julia found out she was pregnant. Right away, she imagined this would change her life and put it in a new direction because she would have something to focus on at home while John was working. Julia gave birth to Julie Marie Scully on January 3rd, 1968. By the way, I will say that as the story goes on, we're going to be saying the names Julia and Julie a lot. I definitely try to keep it straight, but just know it is very hard and confusing when people have such similar names. Now they were a family. John started taking his family on fishing trips, which was a pastime he had enjoyed with his own family. As Julie grew up, she and her father built a really strong bond, and she became a very adventurous little girl who adored nature. They spent most of their time exploring the countryside and fishing in the lake. Another activity they would do, which became a tradition in their family, was crabbing. This was one of the activities that helped build their strong bond. However, one reason Julie might have enjoyed it so much was because she was constantly looking for approval and praise from her father. This will be a thread that carries through the story. Julia, however, wasn't thrilled about these vacations after a while because she felt like a third wheel. She was bored, left out, and sitting in the trailer while they bonded over fishing. She just wanted to go home. It was also hard on her because she was hiding a secret from her family. They didn't know about her addiction. Now, as she was getting older, it was finally starting to catch up with her. She became unpredictable and temperamental. She had been seeing several doctors, and each one of them had tried their best to wean her off amphetamines, but it just wouldn't work. Sooner or later, she fell into a very deep depression and ended up trading one drug for another. She started using heroin. Despite her struggles, Julia gave birth to another child, a son named John Patrick Scully, born on November 10, 1969. Now it was Julie's turn to find out what it felt like to be left out, because it turned out John spent most of his time with John Jr. and not Julie. This made Julie ramp up her efforts to seek love and attention from her dad. However, John was working more than ever and hardly coming home. Even on Christmas, he had to leave. Julia was feeling abandoned. She was alone, taking care of 2 children, and she felt like she was a single mother. Then something terrible happened. Julia wasn't paying close attention to Julie, who was playing outside in the front yard when she walked into the street and was struck by a motorcyclist. It was serious. Julie was rushed to the hospital, and there was more bad news. She had suffered major internal injuries and had to undergo emergency surgery, which included the removal of her spleen. Julia, however, was worried about something else. The doctors were injecting Julie with morphine to help with the pain, and Julie seemed to be enjoying it. Julia was terrified that this might be the first step toward a life of addiction for her daughter. Another tragedy struck in 1973. Julia had been making efforts to stop using speed, but the withdrawals were too much for her. Every time she tried to wean herself off, she fell into another deep depression. She felt so alone, hiding her struggles from her family. She could hardly sleep, which made her life harder because she was taking care of the kids while completely exhausted, irritable, and angry with a very short fuse. This mental downward spiral led Julia to take an entire bottle of sleeping pills. When John got home, the kids were in bed, and he found Julia unconscious. No one expects this to happen. You cannot prepare for it. However, John was used to being in high-stress situations, so he quickly sprang into action, saving her life. She was rushed to the hospital, and they were able to pump her stomach in time. Even though Julie was young, she was still witnessing all of this. She was being brought up by a mother who was not stable. As Julie got older, it became more and more apparent that her mother was struggling. It was a constant battle, and the downward spiral did not stop for Julia. Her family now knew her secret, and there were more and more outward signs of drug abuse. Julia began gaining excess weight, and she didn't look like herself anymore. This only made her fall back into an even deeper depression. It wasn't long before she tried to take her life again, and just like before, with the exact same outcome, she was saved in time. Both of the children desperately wanted someone to pay them attention, but Julie was impacted the most. She felt unwanted and second best, no matter what her parents had going on in their lives. In fact, in 1976, on Julie's 9th birthday, her parents would prove that they cared more about their own needs and struggles than about what their child was feeling on such a special day. They had friends and family over, and Julie's whole world came crashing down. John was having an affair. During Julie's birthday party, he told everyone that he had to leave. Whether it was for work or to meet friends, I don't know, but Julia was suspicious. John had been confiding in others that it was really hard being with Julia. He had lost interest because of her drug abuse, She wasn't the woman he fell in love with, especially when it came to her appearance. It might sound superficial, but the drugs had taken a toll on her body. She had lost her beautiful physique due to the excess drinking, and it was hard for John because he had loved her so much. But from the beginning, it had been that physical attraction that drew them together, and now it had faded away, along with John's loyalty. The only thing holding their marriage together was their kids. John had been looking for a way out, and he found it. He said that every time he came home, Julia was completely wasted, and you couldn't even talk to her about it, not to mention the 2 times he had to save her when she took the sleeping pills. He felt that he had done all he could. None of this excuses cheating, but if he was looking for a way out, I guess he found it. Some people want to be caught, and maybe John was one of those people. John walked out the door at the party, and Julia walked out right behind him. As she looked outside, she saw John's mistress, and not only that, she saw them kissing. Julia was already in such a bad place in her life, and I can only imagine how much worse that moment felt. John was doing this in public, and he wasn't worried about it. That's why it seemed to me like he wanted to be caught. It wasn't long before John completely left the family, and they were all devastated. Of course, this didn't help Julia's situation. She started sinking further and further into depression, drinking more and more. Then she began taking her sadness and anger out on the children. She continuously tried to turn them against their father. She wanted them to believe that John left because of them, that he didn't love them anymore. This deeply hurt Julie, as she adored her father. She missed him terribly and was worried that maybe she would never be close to him again. So this started a rebellion. Julie had always been a really good student, but her grades started to slip, and of course her father was very upset. He decided to switch her to a private school called Holy Name in Kensington, hoping that with more rules and structure, she would do better. She definitely wasn't getting that at home, so maybe if she got it in school, her grades would improve, and they did. Julie started hanging out with a better crowd, and for a while, she was doing much better. However, it didn't last long. Julie was very popular and soon she started skipping school. At this point, she was about to become a teenager, 12 years old and gorgeous. She was tall, had long, shiny black hair, perfect skin, a big, pretty smile, and even from a young age, her beauty and charisma were traits that others admired most. Just like her mom, Julie stood out in a crowd, in a good way. She knew she was pretty, and boys were always trying to get her attention. She was also boy crazy, which is typical for girls her age, but for Julie, boys were far more interesting than school. Skipping school eventually turned into staying out late, very late, into the night. Her parents were worried, especially because they lived in a rough area. Julia was scared that Julie would be introduced to drugs. For example, Julie once planned to have a sleepover, but when Julia came in to check on the girls, they were gone. Julia panicked, as any parent would, and called 911. The police eventually found the girls in downtown Philadelphia, which must have been terrifying for Julia. Julie did things like this because she had no respect for her mother, and the arguments between them kept escalating. It became a cycle of arguing, running away, and the police picking her up. Julie's dad was absent, too busy with work to really care, and nothing was getting resolved. Finally, Julie couldn't handle it anymore and asked to move in with her dad. At the time, John was living with his girlfriend, Loralee. They had a nice house, and neither of them was used to having kids around. When Julie moved in, they sat her down and explained the house rules and what they expected if she was going to live there. Julie had a curfew on weeknights, and John, being a cop, wanted to know where she was at all times. This meant Julie couldn't hide much from him, and like most teenagers, she butted heads with adults, particularly John's girlfriend, Loralee. Julie didn't want to listen. She had never really had a mother figure in her life or any real structure, so she rebelled against it every chance she got. Every time Loralee tried to get Julie to do something, it turned into a big argument. John thought that Julia had influenced their kids this way, and he blamed her for Julie's rebellious behavior, even though many teenagers act out regardless. Determined to gain more control over the situation, John decided to fight for full custody, and he won. Once Julie was living with him full-time, John thought it would be best to put her into therapy to help curb her bad behavior. Julie met with a psychiatrist to talk about her life and her childhood, which she described as pretty awful. Now, we can't compare her experiences with ours or others, because that would invalidate her personal feelings. This was the only life Julie knew, and in her perspective, it was harsh, and that's valid. In 1982, Julie finished middle school at Holy Name. Her father was now concerned about where she would go for high school, as he only wanted the best education for her. Being a police officer, John was used to receiving special treatment in the community, so he figured, why not try to use his status to help with Julie's education? This wasn't something Julie wanted, it was all John's idea. There was a prestigious high school in the area called the High School of Engineering and Science, which opened in 1979. It offered a pathway to transfer to Temple University, and the high school itself was located on the Temple University campus. Students could even take college courses as part of their high school program. However, the school was very selective. Only a couple of hundred students were accepted into 9th grade each year, and applicants had to go through a rigorous process, including an entrance exam. Determined to get Julie into the school, John put on his full police uniform and went to speak with the principal. While we don't know exactly what that conversation entailed, it's clear that John tried to persuade the school to accept Julie. He also requested that she be classified as a minority, given her Navajo heritage. In the fall of 1983, Julie was accepted and John was over the moon. He had ruthlessly pursued this opportunity for her, and he felt his hard work had finally paid off. Julie, wanting to please her father, was just as excited. But at the same time, she was juggling her desire to have fun with friends, hang out with boys, and be a serious student. You could have guessed, but partying was taking the lead. Friends said she was always partying and putting pleasure first over her schoolwork. She was skipping school all the time, mingling with college students and the popular crowd, who were always getting in trouble. It wasn't long until John got a call from the school to discuss Julie's attendance. Saying John was pissed was an understatement. He was livid, and he was super disappointed. He felt like he tried so hard to make this work, so of course they started getting into pretty big arguments. It's hard. Parents think they know best. As parents, we want our children to live the best life possible. We've been there, we've done that, and we don't want them to go through the same struggles. Sometimes they take things for granted, and then they can't go back in time. It's understandable. Julie is 14. She was still so young. But she boldly told her father that she wanted to withdraw from school. Cool, John thought. This was all out of spite because, in his mind, she was doing this to him because he cheated and left his family. The truth was, Julie felt second best to Lorelei, and she felt John chose his girlfriend over her. She didn't feel loved, and she was using partying as a way out of her sadness. She liked going to parties because, when she walked in, she was the center of attention. All eyes were on her. All of this attention-seeking behavior escalated once Julie was introduced to sex. This was just another tool in her arsenal that she could use to get attention from men. She began jumping from one boy to the next. She would have a long string of casual relationships. She would get into one, then get bored very easily, end it, and find another boy. From what her friends said, she always seemed to have a boyfriend, and she needed something or someone all the time. She never seemed to want to be alone. Her brother was on a completely different path. John Jr., coming from the exact same family and the same background, did not act out this way, and he ended up going into the Navy. By 1984, at 16 years old, she decided it was time to leave high school, and instead she got a job as an administrative assistant. She loved making her own money because she enjoyed buying clothes, jewelry, and makeup. Who doesn't? What girl doesn't like that? She was also living with friends, so she could do anything she wanted, and this seemed to work very well for her. She had everything she could possibly want, except a guy, and she found one. His name was Neil Ziegler. Neil was 6 years older than Julie. He was tall, handsome, and he came from a very wealthy family in Morristown, which is one of the most affluent communities in South Jersey. Not sure if this is going to be surprising or not, But Julie and Neil ended up getting married in November of 1985, just a couple of months before Julie was turning 18. She didn't even tell her dad. Being with Neil gave Julie financial and emotional stability, but she still felt like she was missing out on having fun despite being in love. When John did find out about the marriage, he was actually happy because he felt like it would keep Julie on a better path. John really liked the fact that Neil's dad was a doctor and a professor. As soon as things started to look better from John's perspective, Julie wanted out of the marriage, and he was just like, "It figures." Once again, he felt like she was doing this out of spite. The marriage was annulled in 1988. Julie had nowhere to go, so she was forced to live back with her mom. And at this point, she found a job at an insurance company, and it paid very well. Julie was somewhat selfish with her money though, and she wasn't even helping pay Julia, even though she was living under her roof. As an adult, she continuously just spent her money on material things, and they began to fight. Julie moved out once again and moved into an apartment with friends. One thing was very apparent to everyone, including Julie. Everywhere she went, people, whether it was men or women, almost broke their necks to catch a glimpse of her when she walked by. She was always being asked if she was a model. She was tall, she was 5 feet 7 inches, and she had a perfect body, very proportional. People just thought she was stunning. Most importantly, she knew that she had a power over men, and she knew how to use it, and she loved using it. All that was on the outside was just Julie's shell. On the inside, she was very insecure, and she was desperately in search of love. She wanted that loyal devotion and affection, not just these casual dates, and she was determined to find a man who truly loved her and gave her exactly what she wanted. She felt like she was quite a catch and that she deserved it, and a man like this ended up finding her. Julie was used to being invited to lavish parties all the time, and on July 8th, 1989, Julie was at a fancy yacht club party. She was enjoying herself, she was drinking, she was dancing with friends, and all the while there was a guy in the crowd that had his eyes on her, and his name was Tim Nist. Tim was captivated by Julie's beauty, and he was telling his friends, "I need to go over there and talk to her." It wasn't hard because Julie was very friendly, and Tim was clearly well off. She was impressed with him, he was dressed nicely, and then he asked her if she wanted to take a spin around town in his Porsche. Of course, she did not pass on that opportunity, and they ended up hanging out and talking all night. They wanted to see each other again. Tim invited her to the beach to go surfing, and they were pretty much taken with one another. Tim was responsible, he was financially stable, and he was 11 years older. That was a good thing because, like her dad said, she needed that structure to keep her on a good path. They did grow up in very opposite situations though. Tim was the fourth child. He had 3 older sisters. They were a middle-class family. They lived near Princeton, New Jersey, and he really had no big problems growing up in a very close family. His stay-at-home mom and his dad owned a pesticides and fertilizer business. His family instilled very good habits, manners, and discipline in him. He studied engineering, dropped out of college, and then started his own car restoration company. Tim was a good-looking guy. He was tall, he's 6 feet 4 inches, with a great sense of humor. In the 1980s, he switched careers and opened up a landscaping company. This is when his career really started to blow up, and he started making a lot of money. The real estate market was at an all-time high, so people were buying homes, they were new homeowners, and they wanted manicured lawns. It made sense, and he was doing this work all out of his condo. He just had one employee, which was a secretary, helping him set up the appointments and managing his books and clients. As soon as Julie came into his life, she wasn't thrilled about that part, about him having a secretary. But Tim told her he wouldn't be able to run his business all on his own. I was wondering if you would call this jealousy, because, as an adult, I would assume Julie would be mature enough to realize it's just an employee. However, the people we spend the most time with have a better chance of being in a relationship with us or having a closer relationship. It happens all the time. Actors end up dating each other. You know, Tim also had a lot of other women in his life. He didn't seem like he was wanting to settle down anytime soon. If he had, he would have been married already because he had been engaged several times throughout his 20s. However, Tim was spending a lot more time with Julie than anyone else, and they both had a love for ice hockey, which made going out with each other a lot of fun. They had a routine. They would go to the Jersey Devils games together, and then go out and party all night. The age difference never seemed to be an issue, but what was an issue was Julie's insecurity because her father cheated. This was always a concern. Tim, on the other hand, was not jealous, but Tim was not her boyfriend yet. Julie was putting pressure on Tim. Tim knew if he lost her, he'd probably have a hard time finding someone like her again, so he didn't want to let her go. She was so gorgeous, she had a good sense of humor, and she was friendly. He couldn't help but say yes. He almost regretted it, though. He had not seen all of Julie's true colors until one St. Paddy's Day. Tim and Julie planned to meet up at a pub, but Julie was running a little late. When she walked in, Tim was sitting at the bar talking to a blonde girl. Without saying one word, Julie walked up to Tim and punched him square in the face. Ultimately, this led to a black eye, and as you expected, Tim was blown away. It completely took him by surprise. It was very embarrassing. He wasn't doing anything wrong from his point of view. It was an innocent conversation to pass the time until Julie got there. Of course, he knew Julie was on her way, and he was probably going to introduce them to one another. Tim had to get Julie to chill out, but even after that, she told him, "First, I'll kick her ass for talking to you, and then I'll kick her ass for being a blonde." That struck me as very odd. Why hurt someone over the way that they look? I don't know. Did she have something against blondes? Was the woman that her dad cheated on a blonde? I don't know, but all I know is I wondered what that had to do with an innocent girl. There was also quite a double standard at play. Julie was someone that overtly flirted with men. She expected that to be okay with Tim, but if he stepped out of line in her perspective, her temper would rage. There was a lot of emotional baggage there, and there were two chefs in the kitchen in their relationship. They both wanted to make the rules. Julie was 21, and ironically, she was working at a law firm doing the exact same type of work that Tim's secretary did for him, another kind of double standard. It was okay that she worked for men, and it was fine that she was a secretary, but it wasn't okay for Tim to need one. Julie would constantly tell Tim that she wasn't comfortable with it and even made comments to the secretary. Julie was at work one day when a local newspaper called the Trentonian landed on her desk. An article that was in the newspaper caught her eye immediately, and it was an ad looking for girls that lived in the area to enter a beauty contest. Julie had stars in her eyes. She ripped it out, brought it home, and showed it to Tim. Tim was a former photographer, and he got excited. There was a cash prize as well as vacations and other perks involved. He told Julie she should enter, and he would take all of her pictures, so they wasted no time. Tim thought Julie had the perfect bikini body ever since they first met, and they went on that date surfing. He was 100% confident that she would win first prize, no doubt about it. So he took a bunch of her photos, and then they submitted it to the Trentonian. I'm very familiar with this newspaper. I used to live in New Jersey. In order to sell more newspapers, they had a very clever marketing strategy, and I'm guessing their demographic was men. They had this special page, page 6, dedicated to swimsuit models. I know because I was one of them. I was in pageantry for years. This is just a small caveat, and that's how I found myself in New Jersey, and this is what drew me to want to learn more about this case. It was a fun pastime for me. I learned a lot, but the newspaper was always looking for new girls. My best friend and I were approached while we were just working on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. I was selling casino memberships. I was young, and I thought it would be pretty cool to be in a newspaper. But I'm telling you all this for context. It's not a big deal. It wasn't anything to be bragging about per se, but it was fun. Julie didn't just do it for fun, though. She really thought this was her chance. She could probably use this to catapult herself into a career in modeling. Julie hadn't heard a response, though, and it had already been a week. Maybe she was in a bad mood, but all we know is that Tim walked into his office to find his secretary was gone. The phones were ringing off the hook. He didn't know what was going on. and then Julie just strolled out and took a seat at the secretary's desk. Of course, Tim was confused. He asked, "What's going on, Julie?" She's got a big smile and she says, "I guess she just left." But Tim wasn't an idiot. He knew Julie. He knew that she must have made that poor girl feel so bad that she walked out. Because it was clear from the beginning, Julie was trying to sabotage the professional relationship between Tim and his secretary. All the attention had to be on Julie and Julie alone. Tim could not run his business alone, and Julie knew that, so she gave him pretty much no choice but to let her run his business. She quit the law firm and then came into Tim's office, reworking all of the processes that were already in place. She sort of took control of everything. This wasn't a bad thing. Tim was old school. He was still working off paper ledgers, and Julie transitioned everything onto a computer. The thing was, when you gave her an inch, she would take a mile, and she knew she had Tim wrapped around her finger. He gave her so much freedom, and she loved that because she could go out and party, do whatever she wanted, and Tim would never give her a hard time about it. She had been working at Tim's for a couple of months, and she was opening the mail every day. She still had not heard back from the newspaper, and she was pissed. Instead of realizing that maybe she didn't make the cut, she decided to go down to their office to question them about why she hadn't been given a response. I guess some people can look at this as being persistent, and I know persistence can pay off. But then some people may look at it a little bit differently. Maybe she just didn't get what she wanted, and she thought she deserved it. You could call it entitlement, but I'm not sure. She shows up, she barges in, and she demands to talk to the editor. The editor didn't even know her. They get hundreds of random entries from girls all over New Jersey. When she gets to see him, her exact words were, "Yo, what gives? Why isn't my picture in the newspaper?" The editor was shocked. This is not something he saw every day. He had actually never had this happen before. He did give Julie a chance to speak, and I don't know what they talked about, but she did end up getting accepted into the beauty pageant and would also be featured on page 6 of the Trentonian. Julie couldn't hold back her excitement about what she had accomplished, so she announced it to all of her friends and to Tim, and they started preparing for the competition. You're going to find that the competition didn't go as Julie planned. It was only the second time that the Trentonian even held one of these beauty contests. And just so you're aware, all these contests are just for publicity. They're for marketing and finding more models for their newspaper. They would make girls like me when I was 18 feel special. Then they knew you were more likely to want to participate in more and more. They would give you gifts, hotel stays, VIP club access. They even drove me around in a limo. Some refer to this as grooming. And one reason why is because they would also introduce you to high rollers. And those high rollers would want a female companion, and they would even hand us their room keys. I think you know where I'm going with this. Being in this contest, from my perspective, isn't that big of an ordeal. There were only 12 girls that were named as finalists, and they were competing for a trip to California, as well as, get this, a chance. And this is what I'm talking about with the way that these beauty pageants go, a chance to enter another bikini contest. Wow. That's what you're getting when you're winning a trip to California and a chance to enter another contest. Well, there were a couple of hundred people that came to the Marriott, a pretty big crowd. They were there to watch the women, mostly men in the crowd. Do I think these contests are rigged? Yes, I do. But that could also just be a conspiracy theory. I don't know. What I do know is that Julie was very confident she was going to win, because just a few weeks ago her picture appeared in the Trentonian's page 6, as promised by the editor. She definitely thought that was going to give her a leg up in the competition. There she was, 5'7", and one of her most prominent attributes, and this is from what I read, so I had to mention it, was her large chest. That got her a lot of attention, and she knew how to show it off in the right way. This wasn't just a beauty contest. This was something she thought was going to completely change her life. All eyes were on her. This is what she always dreamed of. Just keep that in mind. Ever since she found out that the editor was going to let her compete, she spent so much time buying swimsuits, trying them on for Tim, and posing to make sure she had the right stance as well as a perfect look for this competition. She was practicing anytime she had free time. She took this very seriously. She learned how to walk down the runway and answer questions because, if you didn't know, they ask you all these silly questions. So this is what they call the personality phase, where you get to answer some questions so that the judges know you're not just a pretty face, so to speak. And this is where the whole thing about the large chest comes in. She asked him, "What are 3 words that you would use to describe me?" Because that was one of the previous year's questions, and he literally said, quote, "Skinny, big tits." That's what he said. So the girls are gathered on stage, and they would take their turn standing in front of the judges. Julie didn't go until the end, and maybe they were saving the best for last. I'm sure that's what she thought anyway. You know what these beauty pageants are like, and if you don't, you've got the bikini-clad women, usually very tan, either spray-tanned or back then from using tanning beds. But I don't want you to think this is easy, because it's not. It's pretty nerve-wracking. The crowd is filled with all these men, they're catcalling you, they're screaming to get your attention, because they think after you walk off stage, you're going to give them a chance. That's also why the judges want to be part of these competitions. Most times, unfortunately for Julie, only one of the judges chose her to be a winner. All the other judges did not agree, and she did not even place in the competition. Not only did she feel defeated, she was angry, and as soon as she walked off that stage, she went right to Tim and told him that she was way prettier than the girl that won. All she got to take home were some measly vouchers for a store nearby, and that's pretty harsh in my opinion. It's like, here's a voucher for your time because I told you these things are pretty much a joke. They really are. While she was at the competition, she met another model. Her name is Cheryl Chupless. They ended up becoming really good friends. Cheryl was talking to another editor of the Trentonian, and he's responsible for hiring promotional models. The editor's name was Gail Baldwin, and he knew he didn't have anyone on his roster that looked like Julie. He was talking to her, and she was eating this up. She was so happy that people were giving her this attention. She was on top of the world in that moment. Knowing, okay, I didn't win this competition, but I just made 2 solid connections. They would be hired to go to places like bars and get the crowds hyped up on one of the newest drinks. They would hand out samples for the patrons to test out, and 9 times out of 10, it's usually an alcohol company. So Gail hires both Cheryl and Julie to become one of the new promo girls. And what's funny is when they said that Cheryl and her became really good friends, I laughed because Cheryl was a blonde. Just throwing that out there, because you remember what happened at the pub on that St. Paddy's Day with the other blonde? I guess as long as you don't flirt with her man, she's fine with you being a blonde. And that's good, because I didn't want someone else to get punched in the face. Julie got her first promo job in the summer, and she was sent out to a few bars and a nightclub to promote a company called Hub City Beer. She did such a good job, and her and Cheryl were like a tag team. They had such good chemistry that they started sending them out with each other time and time again. They were working a few nights a week. Ultimately, they got hired for gigs for Miller Brewing Company and Coors Light. They were going all over South Jersey Shore, doing these promotions. For Julie, it was second nature. She had a very extroverted personality. She loved talking to people. She would go right up to them. She wouldn't just do the promotion, she would stay afterward, and men would buy her drinks. Her and Cheryl would just party it up. They became very popular in the local nightclub scene. They were actually handing out their schedules so that mostly guys would know where they would be on any given night. There were baseball players that were even following them from bar to bar during the week. All the while, Julie was still working her full-time job at her boyfriend Tim's landscaping company. Although Tim was proud of all her accomplishments, he never went to any of the events. He didn't get involved. He didn't go to her modeling shoots or the nightclub appearances. He was a homebody, completely opposite of Julie. Tim loved to spend time at home with his dog. And I'm the exact same way, so I can totally relate. The more promo work she did, the more modeling jobs she was getting, and ultimately she had this big surprise for her mom. They're driving in the car together, and she says, "Mom, look." and she's on a huge billboard right over the highway in her bikini, and this was an ad for, guess who, the Trentonian. It gave her a lot of exposure and helped her get even more modeling gigs. The modeling gigs were paying off for Julie, and they were also paying off for the Trentonian because their sales kept going up right after adding these women to the papers. They noticed a really steep increase, probably because, like I said, their demographic is men. Julie was becoming a local celebrity. Everywhere she went, people would recognize her. I'm sure it made her feel pretty famous because she was in this bubble where everybody knew who she was, and she was being invited to all kinds of new events and fundraisers, rubbing elbows with important people. But as they say, all good things must come to an end, right? By the fall of 1990, things were really slowing down when it came to the promotional work. Now Julie started entering even more beauty pageants, because even if she didn't place, she would still win some money. And it also can be somewhat of an addiction, the rush of planning for the contest, being on stage, and the anticipation of finding out if you won, and then the letdown when it's over. She did win some titles. She held the title for Miss Muscle Cars, Miss Hawaiian Tropic, Miss New Jersey, and Miss Beach Haven. She was in a really happy place at this time in her life, but there was something she wanted. She wanted Tim to take their relationship to the next level, and she was putting a lot of pressure on him to pose. Specifically, she wanted him to propose before Christmas. Oh, she had no shame. She was very persistent. Tim even called her controlling, but he finally gave in. Just like she marched down to the newspaper, persistently asking them to put her on page 6 and then announcing it once it happened, she did the same thing once Tim proposed. She called up Cheryl to let her know right away. He proposed on Christmas morning, and just like she hadn't wasted any time preparing for the pageants, she wasted no time at all starting to plan for her wedding. This was going to be the most important day in her life. You can also imagine, if she took the competitions as seriously as she did, her wedding was going to be a huge affair that no one would forget. That summer, June 12th, Julie was once again on stage at her second Trentonian swimwear contest. This time they invited all their friends to get into the crowd and cheer for Julie when she was up on stage, because maybe that would make the judges see that she was clearly who they should pick. Unfortunately, once again Julie did not place. She did get a free bathing suit though, and a membership to the Hillsborough Country Club for a year. She was still getting featured on page 6 though, so that's a plus. But of course, remember, this is just a big selling strategy for the Trentonian. Julie was interested in stepping up her game, so she decided to try sending out headshots all over New York in hopes of becoming a famous actress, but that didn't pan out for her either. She thought the reason she wasn't hitting it big in New York was that she was spending so much time working for Tim. She couldn't possibly give modeling all of her time if she was at the office focusing on him and his business. The thing was, she couldn't stomach the idea of Tim hiring a secretary, so she remained working there because she didn't want him to hire someone else. Tim even told her, and these were his words, "I promise I'll only hire someone big, fat, and ugly," so she didn't have to worry about anything. After all, Tim was about to marry her. Julie's big day was finally here, November 16th, 1991. She walked down the aisle in a Catholic ceremony at St. Gregory's in New Jersey. She was only 23 when she and Tim tied the knot, and she looked perfect. Cheryl was Julie's maid of honor. She helped her pick out the perfect dress. They ended up settling on a $5,000 gown that reminded them of a princess dress. Maybe you would call Julie a bridezilla, I don't know. But she was very demanding and wanted every detail to be exactly the way she wanted, especially when she wanted to party longer. The venue they were having the reception at decided they were just going to close up at 10. And she was like, "No, I'm in my dress. I want a drink. I want to dance. You better open it back up." But whatever she said worked. Tim said she was able to get the bar back open. After the wedding, they went on a fabulous honeymoon vacation on a cruise ship to the Caribbean. They had such an amazing time that they decided they were going to make this an annual tradition. They were living very comfortably at this time. They had a combined income of close to about $200,000. This was generally more than enough for a couple to support themselves and be able to live a life free from any financial worry. And it's true, they really knew no limits to what money could do for them. They never had to worry about budgeting or spoiling themselves. Up until 1997, Julie's modeling career brought in increasingly high amounts of money each year. She was earning more and more. The couple were practically swimming in cash, having more than enough for anything that they needed. Julie did not settle down after they got married. She was busier than she had ever been. She was going to gigs all over Jersey and beyond. But there was one thing that she was spending even more time on, and that was finding the perfect house. Not just any house, Julie wanted a house in a very nice neighborhood. They finally found one in Mansfield Township. This is a very affluent area, and it's in the middle of Philadelphia and New York. She thought this would give her an opportunity to do more modeling gigs. In the fall of 1992, they finally moved into their house, and she did not spare a second renovating the entire place to suit her taste. Julie seemed to have it all from the outside, but there was something Julie wasn't able to accomplish. She had never placed in the Trentonian beauty contest, and this was her third time trying. She dedicated months at this point because she really wanted to place this time, and she got lucky. She came in second place and won $500 and a trip to Jamaica. The next step was the big screen. Well, not exactly, but she did find herself on TV. There was a lot of controversy going on regarding Trentonian's Page 6, which eventually landed Julie on the Maury Povich show. The Trentonian decided to send Julie as their spokesperson, maybe because she knew the most about the newspaper. She had been posing for Page 6 for a long time. Julie was also very well spoken. She was educated, beautiful, and seemed perfect to represent them and defend the newspaper. There were activists and women's rights groups saying that this newspaper exploits women, and Julie just said, "You know what? It's fun. That's all you need to worry about." Then, in a bold move, she stripped down to her bikini on stage for shock value. She was pretty much like, "Hey, this is it. This is what you see. Is this bad?" Her friends mentioned how it seemed like they were living two separate lives and that they were distant from one another. Julie did feel insecure after she heard that, and she was wondering if Tim even loved her. They wouldn't hug, they wouldn't touch when they were together, and they hardly had sex anymore. Julie just didn't feel like doing it. They had even gotten into several arguments about it. Sometimes they would get into fights that would make them go into the silent treatment with each other. Julie bought a video camera, an 8mm video camera, and she actually became somewhat of a vlogger before YouTube and all that was invented. She would turn the video camera on herself and talk about her day, doing day-in-the-life videos. Now, she wouldn't post them anywhere like we do now, but she loved to showcase what she was doing, like going crabbing or fishing, and just showcasing her hobbies. There was one hobby she also captured a lot of, and that was her hobby of excessively drinking. Julie started to confide in one of her and Tim's mutual friends. His name was Tony Capella. She would tell him about the relationship, her dreams, and what she wanted to do in life, and they became very close. He would give her advice and try to persuade her to stop partying so much and pay attention to her relationship. He also didn't like going to parties with her because he wasn't comfortable with some of the party favors that she enjoyed doing. But there were times when Tim and Julie would hang out. They would go on double dates with another couple named Mark and Tracy. The first time Julie met Tracy, she walked right up and said, "Yo, I'm Julie. Who are you?" At first, Tracy was very uncomfortable. It threw her for a loop. But eventually, she came to understand that this was just Julie's way. She was a girl from Philly, and she had that kind of abrasive exterior. But sooner or later, Tracy learned that Julie was very kind, and they got along really well and became very good friends. But her friends noticed she wasn't just addicted to drinking and going out. She was also addicted to attention itself. What I mean by that is, everyone around her would notice that when she went out partying, she would come alive. And once she came home and was back on Earth, she got sad. It was actually like withdrawal symptoms. She would be looking for the next exciting thing to give her that rush. It was 1994, and her family was thinking, She needed to add something to her life. Remember when Julia was alone when John was working? She felt like she needed a new purpose. And of course, Julia wanted a grandchild, so she tried to convince Tim and Julie to have a baby. They had enough money coming in, so they thought this was probably a good time to try. But Julie was really scared of something. She thought pregnancy would ruin her body, and then she would have to give up all of her dreams and all the opportunities. But it happened in February 1995. She got pregnant. Julie was excited. She told everyone. Tim wanted to be a dad so bad. The pregnancy was actually helping them bond again. They felt more connected than ever. When Julie was 5 months pregnant, she was ready to show off that baby bump. She threw a big party for the summer. She had a Hawaiian luau, and she wore a one-piece bikini swimsuit with a thong. Now the thing that people noticed at this party, and you can take it any way you want, it's her body, her choices. I guess she never stopped drinking or smoking while she was pregnant. Her friends said they felt very uncomfortable and they would tell her, but she wouldn't listen to them. You couldn't control what she did, you would get into a fight. So most people would just bite their tongue. Not only did she not like the fact that people were trying to control her, but she also didn't like the fact that she didn't have control over her own body. She was starting to gain weight, which is to be expected in pregnancy, but it made her depressed. Oh, and don't get me started on the way she would react if someone pointed out her belly. Remember, she was popular in town, and of course people would say something like, "Oh wow, your big belly." It wasn't intended to be an insult, but Julie took it that way. She would go off on strangers left, right, and center. And no, it wasn't just yelling. She actually punched a man in the face. On November 26, 1996, Julie gave birth to a baby girl. They named her Katie Scarlett. Now this might be a surprise or maybe not, but after Katie was born, Julie did change. She loved being a mom. It does that to a lot of people. You want to shut everything off and spend all of your time on this little human being. She was no longer turning the camera on herself in her own videos. She was turning it on Katie, talking about how cute she was. Her mother, Julia, was coming over more than ever to help her with little Katie. Anytime Julie needed something or had to go out, Julia was there to babysit. Don't think this didn't cause problems. Julie and Julia fought all the time about how Katie was going to be raised. Sometimes it would get so bad that Julie would tell her mother to leave and never come back. They wouldn't see each other for a while, until Julie needed her again. One reason behind these arguments was resentment. Now that Julie was a mom, she wanted to give her child the best life possible. She started to think about her own childhood. She'd get pretty upset when she realized, if you love a child so much, how in the world could you treat them the way her parents did? Just the fact that her father would leave like that, did they even love her? Just like her mother had in the past, Julie started to fall into a deep depression. Tim and everyone close to her tried again and again to have her snap out of it, but she couldn't. The pregnancy pounds were also a big source of insecurity. They just would not come off. She still had an extra 35 pounds that she had gained during her pregnancy, but she wasn't making any attempt to do anything about it. Maybe it was the depression. She wouldn't work out and she couldn't get out of bed. So then she was depressed, and it was a vicious cycle. When she looked at her body, it made her miss the times when she was free to do whatever she wanted. Now, I'm glad this next thing happened because it did bring some clarity to what was going on. Julie was finally diagnosed with postpartum depression. Her doctor ended up prescribing her medication, and it did help. Though Julie had good intentions at times, she was still selfish. It was hard for her to split her time between the things she wanted to do and being there for her family, and it caused problems in her relationship. Finally, in April 1997, Tim and Julie decided they needed to go to marriage counseling. Tim knew their relationship was not going to mend itself. It wasn't working. But the counseling did not work because, even though the therapist was supposed to be impartial, Julie felt as though the therapist was siding with Tim. The truth is, the therapist was digging deep into Julie's past and figuring out that a lot of the problems stemmed from things she really needed to work out from her childhood. But Julie didn't feel comfortable with that. She decided couples counseling was not for her. Besides, Julie had her own therapist. Her therapist said that the marriage was falling apart because of Tim. It was his fault. He wasn't giving her enough attention and affection, and he didn't see things Julie's way. He didn't socialize the way that she did, and they were just growing apart. Julie decided she was probably going to leave him. It was like something just flipped in her, and then she just considered herself single again. She started partying really hard. She would come home drunk and high. She was doing a lot of cocaine. She would show up at events, like a black tie event one of her friends had, and in the middle of the meal, she would just leave. Later, they would find out she was downtown, scoring cocaine and partying all night. And that would hurt her friends, especially her mom, Julia. Because remember, Julia was always afraid that Julie was going to go down the same path when it came to drugs. When Julia found a rolled-up $20 bill while doing laundry at Julie's house, she freaked out. Julie was taking Prozac with cocaine, and then she was drinking. They had this perfect life, and Tim kept telling her, if you can't be happy with everything that you have right now, a loving family, a mom who cares about you and your daughter and wants to help you, what's going to make you happy? What more do you want? They decided that maybe they could rekindle the romance by going on a cruise. They planned one for November, and remember, this was an annual tradition. They usually went every January to start the year off right. This time they said, let's do it earlier as a Christmas gift to ourselves. They booked a week-long cruise on Celebrity Cruise Line on a brand new ship called the Galaxy. It had everything. It was super luxurious, with a casino, a nightclub, and a theater. They left on Saturday, November 1st. They flew to San Juan, Puerto Rico to board the ship. On the first night when Tim headed back to the room to watch the hockey game, Julie was bored. So being Julie, she hit up the casino. While walking down the corridor, she caught the eye of a man named George Skiadopoulos. We're going to be calling him by his first name, George. He was one of the engineers on the Galaxy. It might sound impressive, but it was the lowest officer position in the engineering department. The most significant responsibility that George had was to safely and effectively perform lookouts on certain parts of the ship. But his uniform made him look very official and important. Julie was dressed up. She was wearing a low-cut dress. George took a mental note, thinking he had to introduce himself if he saw her again. The next morning, he got his chance. The ship docked on a beach in the Dominican Republic, and Julie decided to go swimming. She was lying on a raft in her bikini while Tim was relaxing on the shore. George had a day off. He was allowed to spend time at the same beach, and he spotted Julie. She definitely wasn't hard to miss. He told his fellow crewmates she was the most beautiful girl on the cruise ship, and he made a bet that he would be able to get her to come back to his cabin. George was only 22 years old. This is a young guy just starting his career. He had graduated from high school not too long ago. Someone like me, I wouldn't know what a third engineer meant. If you told me you worked on a cruise ship and were wearing a nice uniform, I would probably believe you were the captain, for all I know. George wasted no time. He went right up to Julie, introduced himself, and sort of made her believe he was in a higher position than he was on the ship. Julie was excited, thinking, okay, he's going to be able to get me into swanky VIP parties. She connects with people all the time. This is what she does. She didn't think anything more of it, whereas a man might be thinking, she's giving me attention, she's flirting with me, she's interested, I have a chance. No, at this point, Julie just wanted to get something. She was thinking, how can I achieve my goal by connecting with George? Tim's not the jealous type, we know that. He's used to seeing Julie talk to people all the time. This was no different. He looked over and saw them talking, but didn't even give it a second thought. As a matter of fact, when he first saw George, he thought, oh, I wonder who that prematurely bald-looking dude with really bad teeth is, talking to Julie. George had a really thick accent. He told Julie he was Greek. She told him she was a model, and he said he could have guessed. They were kind of bragging about their accomplishments, and George lied, telling her he was 28. At this point, Julie waved to Tim and told George, "That's my husband." George took that as a signal to come down the beach and introduce himself. The first thing Tim said, upon finding out that George worked on the ship, was kind of the same thing Julie was expecting. "Can you get us any perks?" The best that George could offer at that time was to give them a tour of the engine room. They thought that was cool. They would have something special that most people don't get to see. But today was not the day. They finished their conversation and went their separate ways, not really planning anything concrete, just saying they might see each other around. The next morning, though, they got a call from George asking how everything was going. It was a little odd. They had been on cruise ships before and had never been called that way, but he was friendly. They did ask to be taken on a tour of the engine room, so they thought nothing of it. What Julie might not have noticed was that they kept bumping into each other. It wasn't a coincidence. Especially if Tim was with Julie, George would not stop and talk to her. But if she was alone, they would chat it up. Julie told Tim she was the happiest she'd been in a long time. She told him she knew this was going to bring back the romance in the relationship. On the last night of their trip, they got another call from George. This time he said, "I'll take you to the engine room." They met up, he invited them inside and took them around. Julie got pictures, and all the while, George was breaking the rules, but this did seem to impress them. This was the very last time they would probably see George. Tim thought it would be nice to have a connection on Celebrity Cruise Line, so he told Julie to get George's information to keep in touch. They exchanged addresses. However, there was something happening. There seemed to be an instant chemistry between George and Julie. It wouldn't be evident to anyone on the outside, but she had to tell someone. When she returned home, she called up Tony and made him swear he wouldn't say anything, but she needed to get something off her chest. She talked about how she met George and felt something different. She said it was probably nothing, but she definitely felt a physical attraction. Of course, Tony didn't take it seriously. He said, "Listen, you're never going to see this guy again. He lives in Greece. Who cares?" He told her she didn't do anything wrong and to just let it go. After she settled back in, Julie focused on what was important: her husband and daughter, the two people she loved most in her life. However, she was still feeling empty from her marriage. The cruise really didn't do much. It was a temporary fix, and she wasn't feeling as pretty as she did before. She wasn't getting the same attention from Tim. She would remember the way she felt when George first met her. He went out of his way to talk to her. Maybe that's why she felt attracted to him. She truly loved feeling like she was someone special. Even though she knew she was attractive enough to appear on magazines and billboards, it still seemed like Julie couldn't get the attention she was used to. And as much as she loved Tim, it seemed as though he could never satisfy the craving she had to be on top of a pedestal. The thing I was thinking, though, is that Tim did everything for her. He loved her, he supported her, and he let her into his life and his business, but it was never enough. She almost saw it as a burden. Julie was bored. She was getting ready to turn 30 and started thinking about her life. She was beginning to feel like she wasn't getting what she wanted out of the marriage. She started thinking about George and how he had the qualities she was looking for. He was exciting. But soon enough, Julie and Tim went back to their everyday life and daily routines. Julie continued to keep everything inside. Their life was falling back into place until George started to contact Julie. It began with a nice letter saying that he hoped the couple had enjoyed the cruise and that if they ever needed anything on their next trip, they should let him know. Then it became more intense. This was George's plan. It went from letters to talking on the phone, and soon enough, they were in contact every single day. One of George's main goals was to convince Julie that Tim wasn't good enough for her. He made himself out to be this perfect guy who was going to treat her better. Julie wasn't exactly keeping these phone calls a secret from Tim because he had caught her several times talking in very hushed tones over the phone. On one occasion, or several actually, he would pick up the phone, know it was George, and just say, "Hey, here, Julie. George wants to talk to you," and thought nothing of it. Months went by. Julie pretended nothing had changed, but the act could only go on for so long. George and Julie were confiding in one another. Julie was finding out so much about George, and the more she found out about him, the more she realized that they had a lot more in common than she and Tim, or so she thought. George was ambitious. He came from a hard-working family in Greece, from a small fishing town. Remember Julie's love for fishing, which Tim didn't exactly share? But the big thing they had in common was that both of their fathers cheated. George was raised by his mom and his grandma. When he was 14 years old, his dad cheated while his mother was pregnant with his little brother, and then his father left to go live with his mistress. It was traumatizing for George, and Julie could relate. Throughout his whole childhood, he had an obsession with escaping to another world, and he had a love for the ocean. He would sit and stare at the ocean, dreaming of escaping his small village and going on vacations all over the world. That's what drew him into wanting to work on cruise ships. Just like Julie growing up, George was attractive and popular, and he was a really good student, but he was also somewhat of a recluse, and not many people were close to him, so you can see how George and Julie would bond. She's always dated older guys, and now she was getting the attention of a younger guy as she was getting older. This might have been exciting for her. Even though Julie was keeping this a secret, they ended up having an amazing Christmas as a family. It was Katie's very first one, and Tim went out of his way to make it memorable. He even had someone dress up as Santa Claus, come over to the house and give gifts to everyone. Sadly, Julie was just not present. She was off in her own head, and now her daughter was the center of attention. Julia did not think Julie was giving Katie her all. She wanted her to be an attentive mother. She wanted her to pay attention in the moment. So they would go back and forth with these fights, with her mom coming back and forth and in and out of her life. On January 3rd, 1998, Tim decides to throw her a surprise party for her 30th, hoping to bring her spirits up, bring her back down to earth, and have a little fun. He gets all of her friends together, and he's right, it's a really happy time. They had a lot of fun, and later Julie says she wants one more gift for her birthday. She wants to take another cruise. Tim didn't really have to be convinced. This was a tradition, so he asked, "Where are we going this time?" This is when Tim got confused. He was expecting a different ship, a different destination, but Julie insists they go on the same ship to the same place. Tim is standing there bewildered, asking, "Why?" Of course, he didn't want to upset her because she was up and down with her depression, so he's like, "Okay, why not?" We know the real reason that she wants to go back on the ship. It's pretty obvious. I'm surprised it wasn't clear to Tim, but she wants to test her attraction to George. She wants to know, if she sees him again, is she going to feel the same, or is this going to fade? Is it just some kind of fantasy, or is there something more? Friday, February 13th, Julie and Tim went back to San Juan and got on their cruise once again. And guess who's there to greet them? George. This time, George was bombarding them more than last time. He was always calling, always trying to meet up with them. Tim was getting annoyed, especially because they were on the exact same cruise, on the exact same islands, doing the exact same thing. He was bored out of his mind. There might have been a little suspicion coming from Tim, because one night they get into a fight. Julie had met some girls on the cruise, and she wanted to go out. I don't know if she asked him to accompany her or not, but she tells Tim that George is going to come. He just says, "Go on and go," and he stays behind to go to bed. This is when that little bet that George made with his crewmates comes into action. Julie gets obliterated, crying in George's arms, explaining how she feels trapped in her marriage. He pulls the biggest trick in the book. He says, "Let's go and talk in my cabin." Cha-ching. Money in his hand. He knew it. There, in his cabin, he's showering her with compliments, telling her how beautiful she is, how much he loves her. He loves her. This is only the second time that they've seen each other. At first, Julie was a little timid. She was standoffish, although she was vulnerable in that moment. She did not want to be disloyal. I mean, this is what her dad did. This is what George's dad did. What hypocrites. She fell for it. With her husband just down the hall, she fell for it. Not only did they kiss, but they also had sex. In that moment, it was something that Julie couldn't describe. When she tried to explain it later to friends, she just told them there was this passion there. She couldn't figure out why. She knew that she had this intense feeling of what seemed like love, But it wasn't clear why a gorgeous woman with a successful career and a life that anyone would be jealous of would think about trading it for this young man with practically nothing to offer. Why was Julie so attracted to him? Was it the attention that he was giving her? He seemed desperate to do anything she wanted because he wanted her to stick around. That night, she returned to her cabin and snuck back in, being as quiet as possible. She climbed right into bed with Tim, and all the while, she's got this secret burning inside of her. She couldn't sleep because all night she was just thinking about George. She knew this is what she wanted. She wanted to be with him. Poor Tim, he has no idea that any of this is going on. When they return home, she's actually in a really good mood, and once again, he's thinking it's the cruise. Every time they go on a cruise, she's happy again. When she tells her friend Cheryl about George, she can't believe it. Julie had this arrogant attitude too. She's like, listen, I met someone else. I'm not gonna let Tim hurt me anymore. And I'm sitting here thinking, what was Tim doing wrong? I mean, I don't know him personally and I can't get right into the relationship, but what was Tim not doing enough of? This gave Julie the determination to get in the best shape of her life for George. She wanted to feel confident again and live a new life. When Tony found out, remember, he didn't think anything of it, and he was friends with Tim. Even though he was a confidant for Julie, he did not agree with this relationship. He was not okay keeping secrets. He was also Katie's godfather, so he felt very uncomfortable with the fact that he would have to keep this secret from a little girl whose mother was doing the exact thing that her father did. When Tony asked how far it went, Julie actually told him the truth, and he was even more upset. He told Julie, I can't talk about this anymore, and then he reminded her about her past. Now Katie was going to have to go through that same thing. She pretty much lost Tony as a friend at this point because he couldn't keep those secrets. He couldn't have it on his conscience. Tony told people everything was about Julia all the time, and she decided she was going to have a little trip of her own. All about herself and her happiness, she returned to San Juan secretly to hook up with George. She had this master plan. She took Katie and her mom to visit her brother in Florida. It wasn't too far from Puerto Rico. She ends up admitting everything to Julie on the trip. Can you believe that? After Julia was cheated on, Julie let her mom in on all of her secrets. When her mom asked how far it went, Julie lied. Either way, Julia was upset. She said, it's not okay, you have Katie, this is stupid, it's going to lead to something really bad and you're going to regret it. On March 26, 1998, after flying to Florida, she gets up the very next morning and goes straight to Puerto Rico to meet up with George. They had a day of complete adultery. Not only that, they started to talk about what they were going to do next. Now we're not going to know exactly what they talked about. I don't know whether George wanted her to break up with him or not. It didn't matter. He was involved in breaking up this marriage and tearing it apart whether he wanted to or not. To me, actions speak louder than words. When she got back home, she still talked to George non-stop, and it was getting more and more frequent. She was taking more risks, writing these love letters and kissing them with red lipstick. I mean, Tim could have seen them at any moment. She even started recording home videos for George to watch. All the while, she was living off of Tim's salary, going on shopping sprees, and doing whatever she wanted. In her mind, she was single again. She was going out partying and doing a lot more cocaine. She wanted to see George more and more, but Julia forbade it. She said she wasn't going to watch Katie in order for her to go cheat on her husband. She was giving less and less attention to Tim. Now, being married for 7 years, they had to figure out what was wrong, so they went back to counseling. During the very first meeting, Julie looks over at Tim and says, I want a separation. Tim says, no, we're getting a divorce. The counselor was trying to mediate it, trying to find some middle ground, but Tim said he doesn't believe in that. It's either we're on or we're off, we're together or we're not. So, Tim decides he's going to leave. He moves out, and they're going to figure out what they're going to do next. Julie was once again controlling the situation and getting exactly what she wanted. The thing she didn't get was access to the money. She had to do everything herself. If she was going to leave the marriage, She had to be independent. Remember though, they were running this business together. She still had a stake in it. She was still doing her part for Sterling Lawns. She was also acting like a young and free woman and going through somewhat of a midlife crisis. George tells her, "You need to move to Greece so that we can be together." All the while, Tim had no say in any of this. She figures she's just going to leave with Katie and say goodbye, all for this young Greek sailor. She definitely wasn't thinking clearly. It's hard to believe that she would actually be in such a different state of mind thinking this was acceptable. Was it the drugs? Was it the lust? As they say, love is blind. Even her friends thought, okay, she's going to snap out of it at any moment. It's just a phase, right? Tim's father had warned him about going into business with Julie. Sterling Lawns was now $1 million company, and Julie wanted her share. She needed some money because she was planning to move to Greece with Katie now, so she needed to save up. Don't think Julie didn't think about what it would be like leaving the life she had, though, especially without knowing if life with George would be better. She did have this nagging feeling that she needed to get to know George just a little bit more before she picked up her entire life and moved to another country. He was so persistent, though. One time he writes this letter to her, and in the letter, he's trying to convince her that when people are trying to make a really big decision, they have all this fear inside, but what they really need to do is trust their feelings and not facts. Basically, this was very manipulating, because we all know feelings, they come, they go, they're up, they're down, especially when you're dealing with an emotionally unstable person to begin with. This is also when George told Julie some upsetting news. He had to serve a mandatory 20-month military service. It was required for every Greek man, and there was no way out of it. It had just been looming over his head. Julie was so worried. She felt like if she didn't see him soon, he was going to slip away. They tried to concoct a plan at first where he could get a visa, come live in New Jersey, hide out, or just escape and lie to avoid the military. But they knew, in reality, that wasn't going to work. For some reason, she ends up telling George that she's taking Prozac and other prescription drugs to help with her mood swings. George kind of goes ballistic. He tells her he doesn't believe in medication and that she needs to get rid of them right away. This was more manipulation. If she wasn't stable, then she could easily be taken advantage of more and more, like her own mother. Julie traded one drug for another. She was going hard with cocaine. She was up at all hours of the night, obsessively faxing George. That's how they were keeping in contact. Not only was she taking cocaine, but she was also taking sleeping pills. Cocaine to stay awake, sleeping pills to go to sleep, all while working out constantly. By the summer, she had lost at least 20 pounds. Now she wanted to get back into modeling. She was finally ready to get some gigs and make some more cash. But do you think George was going to let that happen? No. This wasn't Tim we're talking about. This was a 22-year-old boy. He was extremely jealous, and he didn't want her to do it. She had already booked several gigs. She had been planning this. He told her it was inappropriate for her to be going to bars and doing these promotions with these men. Even though she tried to convince him it was innocent, it's just a job. He demanded she quit immediately. Just like that, she started canceling all of her modeling gigs. Cheryl, who had done so much modeling with her, was confused and confronted her. She said it was very unprofessional and frustrating because they used to be a team. She was yelling at Julie, saying, "You're worried about some guy on a cruise ship? You're caring what he thinks about? Tim never stopped you from doing this. I can't believe you're letting him tell you what to do." Julie was losing all of her friends. She tried to confide in George, and he would tell her, "You're better off not having these friends. Just cut them off." This was another way for him to gain power. On July 16th, Tim had to do some work at his office. He needed to go inside their home to access business documents, and to his surprise, he was locked out. There was a big sign on the door that Julie had written, and it said, "Do not enter." Tim realized, this is going to affect my business, so he had no choice but to call the police. I'm only telling you this part because I want to show you the state of mind Julie was in. She was livid, arguing with the police. It wasn't until her attorney came to the house that she was able to calm down. and it was possible to get Tim into the home so he could remove all his files and move into a new office. Not only that, Julie became paranoid. She thought people were spying on her and that Tim was hiring them to follow her around. The people around her said she became delusional. She didn't trust her friends, anyone in her life, and especially not strangers. She thought everyone was working for Tim. She was trapped and would not even leave her house. She did not see that this relationship with George was toxic. By the middle of the summer, George and Julie got engaged, though they didn't tell anyone. She was 100% serious at this point about moving to Greece. She was going to do it in the new year. She started telling her friends that George was her future husband and that she was going to be planning their wedding. But then her friends wanted to see the engagement ring. It might sound shallow, but they were shocked. She had replaced the big diamond ring she had gotten from Tim with a cheap, gold, gumball machine-like ring with 2 dolphins on it and a little gemstone in the middle. This was all that George could afford, and Julie said she was fine with it. She didn't need an expensive ring because they were in love. And maybe it's true, it's just a superficial thing, just a material thing, but I thought, wow. The point is, she was making a lot of concessions to be with this man. It's just adding another one, that's all. Tim ends up receiving a phone bill because back then you had to pay for all of your calls, especially international calls and all the faxes. This bill was in the thousands. We're talking $6,000–$7,000, and he could not believe what he was seeing. So he was like, what the F is going on here? That was when he found out the truth, that all along, Julie was cheating on him with George. I'm sure people were just waiting for Tim to snap. A person can only take so much. Tim had never cheated. He had been completely loyal this whole time. Now he just wanted to finalize the divorce so he could move on and distance himself, to forget about the pain this was causing him. Julie was preparing to try to get custody of Katie so she could take her away from Tim and go to Greece. So much so that she was trying to get a restraining order to stop Tim from getting close to their daughter. Guess who was orchestrating all of this from the sidelines? George. Every move that Julie was making, he was behind it, though she might not have realized it. He drops a bomb on her. George surprises Julie and tells her he's coming to visit. She's kinda confused because he's got his job. He tells her, "Oh, I quit. For you, baby, I quit that job so I could spend time in New Jersey. How obviously can I pay for this?" Julie, of course, told him she was so happy because at this point, her stress was mounting. Her hair was falling out, she couldn't sleep, she couldn't eat, she was getting headaches, her stomach was upset. She thought all of this was because she was away from her love. Maybe it was the drugs, the obsessive working out, the lack of sleep. All these things can cause problems with stress. She goes ahead and buys George a plane ticket. She also decides to get him a wardrobe because he had to be dressed to impress all of her friends that she was going to be introducing him to. Not only that, she decided to set him up with an appointment to get a professional hairpiece transplant kind of thing. Julie was also starting to become jealous and obsessive with George. If he wouldn't call her back, she would think he was cheating. Her mind would start racing. She was so far away and couldn't do anything. She questioned him about it, and she would tell him things like, "I can't believe you would go out with a friend while I'm sitting around waiting. I've been waiting all night. I've been up waiting for your call, waiting for your fax, and nothing. I can't believe you're out with friends again." Sort of this double standard. The day finally came, Friday, August 28th. George was finally in New Jersey. Julie was waiting for him right at the gate at the airport. Julie's mother wasn't very happy about this because she was still married to Tim, and Julia was the person who'd been by her side through all of this. Julia was on the outside, so she could look into the relationship that Julie had with George, and she was convinced that George was a gold digger. He just wanted Julie's money, and he wanted to manipulate her to get things from her. Why else would he quit his job if he wanted to move up the ladder? If he was so ambitious, like Julie said, this doesn't match up. She would listen to George, hear his conversations. He was intelligent, he was clever, he knew exactly what to say, and Julie was in a vulnerable position. Her mother thought he was preying on her. Not only that, he wanted to steal Julie away from her family and her daughter. They would have numerous discussions about how much money Julie was going to get in the settlement. Oh, and his teeth were absolutely disgusting. They were all rotting. So Julie asked her friend Mary, who was a dentist she went to high school with, if she would fix all of George's teeth. Of course, Mary said no. What was on her mind was George's hair transplant, his wig, whatever, and his clothes and his teeth. Eventually, he did get some kind of toupee, and Julie warned her mom, like, listen, his hair is gonna look different. Don't say anything. Don't make him feel bad. So George's feelings, that was what was important. When she introduced him to her friends or her family members, he would lie. He would say he made all this money, that he was basically like a captain of a ship. It was just pathological lies. And George hated Julie's mom. They didn't even know each other very well, but it was obvious that Julia did not approve. Julia would yell at Julie because she said she was acting like a teenager. She thought it was ridiculous. Tim finally found out that George was at their house. He was furious. He told Julie, "It's okay if you want to have a relationship, but what's not okay is that you're involving our daughter." Tim was getting increasingly frustrated. Julie was just charging everything to Tim's credit cards and Tim's accounts. He hadn't seen his daughter in weeks. She was keeping Katie away from him, mostly because George and Julie seemed to be in this warped, paranoid state of mind all the time. And they thought Tim was spying on them. So much so that they ripped down walls in the house looking for evidence of recording devices. Tim had had it up to his eyeballs. He decided he was going to fire Julie from the company because he wanted to separate himself as much as possible, and she wasn't even doing any work anymore while still getting her paycheck. At this point, he was ready. He was going to sign the settlement, so he agreed to pay Julie $600,000 just to end this mess and get it over with. I think Tim was starting to go crazy because he caught wind that Julie was trying to take away Katie. Now he had enough. He threatened her, saying, "If you don't get rid of this guy, George, and send him back to Greece, I'm not going to give you any money. And if you dare take my daughter away, I will come find you and take her back, and you will never see her again." Tim knew that he had a lot of witnesses to Julie's instability. There was no way a court was ever going to allow Julie to take Katie away to Greece, and she knew that. All of a sudden, George was gone, and everyone was shocked. They thought maybe she was finally coming to her senses. For a while, she seemed like herself again. It was a turning point in George and Julie's relationship. Maybe the finalizing of the divorce made Julie snap out of it a little bit, because she started telling her friends she may be having second thoughts about George. She said her feelings were kind of going up and down, and she was starting to think maybe this wasn't a good idea. I can't believe that it took her this long. Just a couple of weeks later, though, George and Julie were back at it again. She was torn. She didn't want to lose her daughter, but she also didn't want to lose the love of her life, or who she thought was the love of her life. She kept telling Cheryl she just needed to marry him. There was no other choice. But why? On October 20th, she flies to Greece to meet up with him to see if the feelings would still be there. Greece was beautiful. She had never lived anywhere like that. All the feelings. She finally thinks this confirmed it. George was the right choice. The next step was meeting his parents. They were taking this long drive, and George was showing her all around, discussing their plans. But all George kept emphasizing was that he couldn't wait to get the settlement money because he had convinced her to help him open a taxi cab business. He said it would be better than him going back on the cruise ships because they would get to spend more time together. It would be like Tim and Julie having their own company together, and the settlement money was going to help them so much. To Julia, it seemed like that's all he cared about. She chalked it up to him being excited. Remember, he was only 22 and didn't have much life experience. George was giving her the time of her life, taking her out to dinners, going on trips to different tourist spots, buying souvenirs. They even spent time filling out their application so they could get married in Greece in December. By October 25th, they were flying to his hometown, and she was finally going to meet his mom. All of a sudden, George's tone changed. He said, "We need to have a serious conversation before you step foot in my mother's home." She was just shy and staring at him, waiting. Then he said very sternly, "You can never let my mom know you are married, and more importantly, you can never ever let her know that you have a child." It turns out that his family was Greek Orthodox, and they would see this as immoral. There was a chance they would condemn or even disown him. It sounded crazy, but that's just the way it was. I thought this was wild because I wondered, how long could she keep that secret? She can't keep it forever. This is her child. But she played it off. Everyone seemed to like her and said she was lovely. When she returned home, she immediately began packing. Everything she owned was being shipped all the way to Greece. She didn't even have a place to live yet. It was like putting the cart before the horse, and no one could understand why in the world she would rush to do this. It was like she couldn't get away from her family fast enough. On November 22nd, she threw a party for little Katie's 3rd birthday. Everyone came, including the friends she had pushed away. They were there for Katie. All Julie talked about was her trip to Greece and how excited she was to move. Tony expected her to talk about how hard it was going to be to leave her family and Katie during the transition. But all she mentioned was that it was tough because she couldn't find anywhere to get her nails done. Tony felt sick to his stomach. Julie was set. She was planning to move on December 6th. Tim would take ownership of their house, and he was already starting to move things back in. On the day she was leaving, he noticed she was heavily intoxicated. He came by and saw her taking shot after shot. It wasn't his business or problem anymore, but he couldn't help feeling bad for her. Tim still loved her, even if Julie was a mess. Perhaps she thought, if I'm wasted, it's going to be easier to say goodbye. But Tim kept telling her, just rip the Band-Aid off, say goodbye, and leave, or you're going to miss your flight. Julie's friend Sue drove her to the airport to say goodbye. Julie was finally free. She arrived in Greece on December 8th, but she was shocked when she got there. She couldn't believe how bad the weather was. In October, when she came to visit, it had been sunny and beautiful. They had spent time on the beach, but now it was cold and absolutely dreadful, with a ton of snow on the ground. Even though some people might find snow pretty, this was not what she was expecting. But once she saw George, her world felt sunny again. They didn't have a place of their own yet. They were staying with George's mother. It really felt like they were teenagers again. They had a lot to do. They needed a marriage license, an apartment, and they were planning a wedding. It was overwhelming, but it was also really exciting. First on the list was getting a bank account to deposit the first portion of her settlement funds. They decided it would be best to get a joint bank account since Julie didn't speak the language and would need George's help. Plus, they were about to be husband and wife. So, they deposited $80,000 into the joint account and kept $18,000 in cash. They were living the life, looking for apartments during the day and partying all night at different hotels and bars. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was Christmas. Julie was still in touch with her friends, her mom, and Katie. She tried calling Katie on Christmas Eve, but she had been drinking and forgot about the time difference. She had to wait until the next day. When she finally called, she told Katie that she missed her and wished she could see the beautiful town of Kavala. Sunday, January 3rd, 1999, Julie turned 31, and they had a big party to celebrate. They were living in a luxury hotel until they finalized the lease on their apartment. It was one of the most expensive hotels in the area, called the Ignatia Hotel. Just a week later, they finally moved into their new apartment. It was in the most expensive area in Kavala. They prepaid the rent in cash for an entire year. On Friday, January 8th, Julie and George went to pick up their marriage license. They planned to get married on January 23rd. Everything seemed to be falling into place. Next stop, Athens, to pick up all of Julie's belongings that had finally been shipped from New Jersey. It was a 6-hour drive, but they were excited. Not only that, this was the only location the items could be shipped to, and that was okay. George wanted to show her how beautiful the country was. His grandmother and his father lived there, so they would have a place to stay at his grandmother's house. They were getting kind of a late start due to some bad news. George's brother was sick, and they had to meet his mom at the hospital. They did their very best to console his mom, but they knew they had to go. They didn't want to miss their appointment to pick up their rental car. They chose a white Fiat Punto, and by 5 p.m., they began their drive to Athens. George figured they would stop on the way if the weather got really bad or if they got hungry. Back in New Jersey, everyone's life was carrying on as usual, except when Sue got a call on Monday morning, January 11th. Sue was busy rushing around, getting her son ready for school, when her home phone started ringing. She picked up and heard a breathless, panicked voice on the other end. At first, she had no idea who it was. It was very hard for her to understand them, and the connection was terrible. Finally, she could make out the words, "I can't find her. I can't find her." It was George. Sue wasn't worried. She knew Julie. Julie was spontaneous. She told George to calm down and explain exactly what was going on. He told her about their drive to get Julie's things, his grandmother's, their plans, everything. She had spoken to Julie not too long ago, and Julie was not in a good mood, but she was used to that. That was the way she was. She could get upset at the drop of a hat. She asked George if they had an argument or anything, and he said no. What Sue gathered from this conversation with George was that George and Julie made it to Athens on Friday night. They laid low on Saturday because they were tired after the long trip. On Sunday night, they took a trip to, Sue hoped she was saying this right, Omonia Square in downtown Athens. It's very similar to New York's Times Square. It's known as the heart of Athens. It's a very busy area full of shops, bars, clubs, and restaurants. It's really easy to get lost in a crowd. Julie was in a foreign country. She did not speak the language. She could easily lose her bearings. But on the other hand, she was very independent and somewhat stubborn. George said they had been walking around, sightseeing for a while, and got hungry. He wanted to call his grandma to let her know they would be out late. They'd grab a bite to eat and then head to the bars. Julie didn't want to waste any money on food, so she was just going to grab some McDonald's, and then they were going to make their way out to enjoy the nightlife. The last thing he remembers was seeing her walking towards McDonald's on a dark, crowded street. She was supposed to meet him back at the payphone, but she never did. He waited there a few minutes and then started to get worried. So he made his way back to McDonald's. She wasn't there. He said he got scared, he didn't know what to do, so he called his grandmother back to tell her what had happened. Then he rang his mother, asking if she had heard from Julie, and she said no. He called his father, Pavlov, who lived nearby, and he told him what was going on. His father rushed over to help George look for her. After a while, they realized their efforts were in vain, so they went to the police station and reported Julie missing. George told Sue that the police didn't even seem to care. They told him it was common for people to get lost there and that she would be fine. They said she would probably make her way to the police department soon and ask for help. But George and his father did not give up. They walked around frantically, with George in tears for hours, going to each and every establishment with a picture of Julie in their hands, asking, "Have you seen her?" George told Sue what Julie was wearing: a black dress, high heels, and her hair was in a ponytail. Sue had suspected Julie had left George because, on their last phone call, Julie told Sue she missed Katie so much. She was having trouble with the language barrier. She couldn't read the newspaper. She didn't understand the street signs, anything. She was actually calling pretty frequently and even told Sue she called Katie every day. She seemed homesick, which was completely normal. So she said that maybe Julie should take a break. He told Sue she had about $200 in cash and her credit cards on her. But then he said something that really concerned her. He said that he found her passport in the car. He also explained that a cop had told him that he saw Julie, but now he couldn't find the cop, and he didn't know what to do. He couldn't even get into their apartment if he drove back home because the key was missing, and he thought Julie might have it. Sue hung up, and she immediately called Tim. When he heard that Julie had gone missing, he told Sue she was probably on her way back to the US, until he found out about the passport. That was completely out of character for Julie. She would never mess that up. At this point, they were calling all of Julie's friends to find out if anyone had heard from her. Meanwhile, George told Sue he was going to head to the American embassy. Tracy had some interesting information about the last time she spoke to Julie on January 6th, just 2 days before their trip to Athens. Julie called Tracy distraught. She was hyperventilating. Tracy couldn't understand her. She was drunk, so Tracy wasn't sure what to think. But she said Julie wanted to come home. She missed Katie way too much. She couldn't eat, she couldn't sleep. Tracy said, "Just come back. If you're feeling that way, just come home." But through tears, Julie said she couldn't. It would be too embarrassing. She made this choice. Her friends would think she was crazy. Tim had the house. Where was she going to go? Julie said she had to be strong and just work it out. Tracy told Julie not to be ridiculous. She could come live with her just for a little while. Maybe just come back, visit, and decide what to do next. Tracy even got on the phone with George. He was saying the same thing. He was trying to console Julie, but she told George no. George told Tracy they found out there was no way for him to get out of his military service, so she would most likely have to come back to the US anyway, anytime he was away. After the phone call, Tracy began making arrangements for Julie to come back, which included her staying at Tracy's. She was keeping it to herself until she could work things out. She said the only person who knew was Julia. She called to let her know the good news. Julie was coming back. But Julia was pissed. She could never put the past behind her. She wouldn't forgive Julie for leaving Katie behind. Now, Tim lets Tracy know that Julia ran it by him. He didn't take it seriously, though he did think it was a bad idea for her to be coming in and out of Katie's life. She was just beginning to adjust to life without Julie there. That night, Julie also tried to call her mother, but Julia didn't want to talk to her, so she handed the phone to Tim. Tim told Julie it was a terrible idea for her to be coming back and forth right now. So at that point, Julie had no choice but to agree. Later, Tim remembers hearing the phone ringing, but he was busy. He was getting into the shower, so he never picked it up. This was the last time anyone from the United States talked to Julie, as far as they knew. So what happened when Tony was informed about Julie's disappearance? He admitted that Julie had called him on October 7th while George was visiting. She said George was in jail in New Jersey. She was desperately begging Tony to post his bail, which he refused to do. Julie said Julia had accused George of strangling her and that Tim was conspiring against George to have him arrested. Tony wasn't so sure that was exactly how the story went, but he told everyone that that was the real reason George went back to Greece. It wasn't on his own volition. It was in agreement with the prosecutor, and Tim had pushed for it. He didn't want George around Katie after what happened. It was time to talk to Julia and Tim. As it turns out, Julia had a different story. She said she had had enough of George. She told him he was pathetic, living in Julie's house. Grow the F up. This infuriated George to the point where he was yelling in Julia's face. Then he grabbed her and pushed her against the wall, and he wasn't stopping. She was gasping for breath, trying her hardest to pull away from this man. If Julie hadn't come into the room at that time, she probably would have died. Julie tried to pull him off of her mother, but he wouldn't stop. She finally told him, "If you don't stop, you're going to go to jail. We're not going to be able to be together." That's when he let go. Julia didn't wait a second. She ran to the phone and called 911. The police came and arrested George, throwing him in jail. That is when Julie reached out to Tony, and he refused to help. Tim jumped in to save Julie and his daughter from a maniac. He begged the prosecutor to make a deal. If Julia agreed to drop the charges, they would deport him back to Greece with no opportunity for him to stop at their house. He had to immediately get on a plane and leave. And that's exactly what he did. Julie was frantically trying to make a different plan. She called Tony and said, "Hey, can George hide and stay at your place?" That's insane. He pretty much said, no. And when he did, Julie gave him a big F you and hung up on him. I can't believe Julie was willing to take the blame for everything that happened. She jumped on a plane to Greece and followed George, saying that it was she who strangled her mother, not George. That Julia hated him, and she just didn't want Julie to be happy, so she made a false report. And it was George that pulled Julie off her mother. She made George out to look like the person who rescued Julia. Who would you believe? Let's jump back to the present. Later that same day, Sue gets another call from George. He had this fear in his voice, and he tells her the truth. He and Julie had been arguing before she went missing. Things were starting to sound pretty frightening, and Tracy and Sue decided they were going to team up and do whatever it took to find Julie. The plan was to have Sue continue to talk to George, pretend like she cared about him, hoping she could coax him into giving her more information. Tracy's job was to connect with the American embassy in Greece. She was calling hospitals all around Athens, and an operator at the embassy corroborated that George had actually called, come in, and reported Julie missing. It was really difficult. There wasn't anyone who spoke English at the police station in Greece, and it didn't seem like the Greek authorities cared. However, Tracy found someone in the US that was willing to translate for them. On Wednesday, George called to update Sue. It was hard for Julie's friends not to believe that George was involved, and when he called on Wednesday to update them, Sue tried to convince him that the search was getting really serious in the US. She said that the FBI was involved, and his tone changed. But as soon as it changed, it went right back to him being grateful and saying he was glad they were doing all that for Julie. But the next thing raised a big red flag. George tells Tracy and Sue that he no longer has Julie's passport because thieves took it. Right? Okay, so her passport just gets stolen? Every possible theory was being explored by Julie's friends and family. Was it human trafficking? Had George sold her into slavery? Was she kidnapped? Had she tried to run off somewhere and gotten lost? Was she out looking for drugs and met the wrong people? What happened? A week had gone by. They were more worried than ever, and George seemed to be in this frantic state of mind. He started questioning them, asking, "What specific conversations did you have with Julie when she called you last?" I didn't think that was unusual because I'd want to know that too. 2 weeks after George had reported Julie missing, guess where he was? At the bank. And guess what he was trying to do? Get Julie's money out. But the check hadn't cleared, and this made George very angry. He yelled in the teller's face and left the building in a huff. On January 23rd, which was supposed to be the day that Julie and George got married, Julie's family put out a press release. News stations were beginning to run the story. The Trentonian got involved. They had recently interviewed Julie for a new segment called, "What Are They Doing Now?" The reporter who had done the interview thought there were gaps in the story, and he wanted to interview Julie's family and friends. He wrote an entire report that appeared on the front page of the newspaper. This was one of their own. They wanted to do everything they could to help her. The story was reaching news outlets in Greece, and this set George off. He started bombarding Sue, calling and screaming in her ear, asking why they were trying to pin this on him, insisting he was not guilty. Now, the Greek authorities were finally doing something. George went on TV, telling the same story he had told everybody else. But Julie's family noticed something. He wasn't referring to her by name, he just kept calling her the woman. Who does that? However, he was still cooperating with police. Tim finally told reporters about George's arrest in New Jersey a few months earlier. They interviewed Julia to corroborate the details. Things were really starting to heat up. Time was not on their side. 16 days had gone by since Julie was reported missing. The Greek police took George into an interrogation room, and their chief inspector started to interrogate George. He just stuck to the same story, but it's very hard to outsmart experienced law enforcement agents. After 4 long hours, George confessed that he killed Julie. He insisted it was, in the heat of the moment, that he loved Julie so much. This was not what he intended. Things just got out of control. He was crying, and he was very believable. But it didn't matter because he confessed. Julie was dead. They wanted all the details, and they wanted them now. In a taped confession, George admitted that Julie had never gone missing. He had lied to everyone, even himself. He was even starting to believe in some delusional state of mind that he hadn't done this, but he did. He told the chief inspector the entire story, how they met, how they fell in love, that he felt awful that she cheated on Tim, but the passion for each other was too strong to avoid. He felt even worse that she was willing to leave Katie behind, but it's what Julie wanted. She told him she needed to escape from Tim, and that made George feel better. But George told the inspector he did not want to be the reason Julie left him, though he felt he was. He said that the relationship was perfect, but he conveniently left out the fact that he strangled Julie's mother. Friends suspected all along that he probably did the same thing to Julie. George went on to admit that Julie wasn't happy once she moved to Greece. She began to complain about everything. She called the Greeks lazy, with bad attitudes and not friendly. She was bored. There was nothing to do in the towns, and they were nothing like she expected. The beauty of the city was outweighed by her inability to communicate, make friends, and indulge in the things she loved most about her home. She was homesick. He said he tried to be supportive, but Julie would oscillate between wanting to leave and saying that she was fine and was going to learn to live a different lifestyle for him. George even mentioned the truth, that he talked to Tracy and told her it would be best for Julie to come back home. She just wasn't ready yet. He went on to say he knew it was best if she just left him, but it was too complicated. She had her child back home, and his parents would not have agreed with all of it. The passion was wearing off, and he wanted her to be happy. So he was thinking, I'm gonna force her hand. And that's when he says he figured she started to hate him. She would finally go back. They were going to have to be away from each other for 2 years anyway. He had to serve in the military. So in that time apart, maybe they would find out that they truly wanted to be together or they didn't. He told the inspector that it was his plan to become physical with her, hoping she would get the point. He said he knew Julie would never stand for it. If he hurt her, she was sure to leave. He wasn't planning on seriously injuring her. Even though George was hysterically crying, he then admitted what he did to poor Julie, the woman that loved him and left behind her entire life to take her chance on this young Greek sailor. What you're about to hear was no accident. Investigators knew that part was a lie. They suspected Julie was slipping out of George's grasp. She wanted to leave him. They had enough experience to know George was just trying to cover his ass and act like he wasn't a violent man, a monster overcome with jealousy and rage who couldn't bear losing a woman he never deserved to begin with. If he couldn't have her, no one else would. The truth is that Julie began calling her daughter Katie non-stop for weeks, every day, sometimes multiple times a day. She would cry and cry. George told the truth. She started complaining about everything. She complained to friends that she just wasn't used to this. She felt like she was slumming it. Then George admitted that his mother found out about Julie's daughter, and she was disgusted that a mother would leave her child behind like that. She confronted both Julie and George, and that is why they moved into the hotel. His mother kicked them out. Julie knew she wanted to leave. She just talked crap about Greece, saying it's not even comparable to America. On December 8th, a family member had to pry George's hands off of Julie's neck. George had had enough. He grabbed Julie during one of their arguments and began cutting off her airway, gripping her neck tighter and tighter until someone had to pull him off. Julie was shocked. It was in that moment she started to realize that she could be in real danger. She tried to run and find a police station to press charges, but George's family stopped her. They tried to convince her it was out of character for him. He just wanted her to love Greece and be happy. They said they knew he wasn't going to hurt her, but didn't he just hurt her? After this incident, they got kicked out of their hotel because other occupants complained about all the yelling. One of the maids came forward and said that they had been arguing non-stop for days. They went to stay at another hotel. That's when George caught Julie trying to call home and tell her friends what happened. He would grab the phone and slam it down each time. Julie had realized by now they really didn't have that much in common. She had never had anyone become physical like that with her. George started to get obsessed and paranoid that she was trying to figure out how to escape. The day they were planning on picking up her things, she told George that as soon as they got there, she was going to send her things right back to New Jersey. Meanwhile, George's family members were being questioned as well, and things that no one knew came to the surface. As it turns out, he was known to go into a fit of rage and become violent. People noticed he was very unstable. His mom had schizophrenia and had spent time in mental hospitals. George definitely had issues. He was narcissistic, thought he was better than everyone else, and he was very arrogant. But he was a good actor, and that's the thing. Everything was an act. He saw Julie as a possession. He was only trying to get what he could out of her, possibly her money. They couldn't get into George's mind, but this is what they suspected. When George's dad cheated on his mother, he got so violent he stabbed him in the neck with a kitchen knife and then kicked him down their stairs. His dad had to be in the hospital for several weeks. George spent time locked up in an institution for the clinically insane. They thought maybe he was suffering from schizophrenia like his mom. It was when he got out of the institution that his family sent him to a trade school, hoping they could find something that would put him on a better path. He was medicated at the time, but he had stopped taking his pills. He said they were no good and he was against them. It's sad that his family would keep this from Julie. Do you think as parents they had an obligation to let her know the truth? Why would you protect him? George's family wasn't the only one with new information. Sue had some as well. She said that when Julie flew back to New Jersey on November 8th, there were stitches on her arm. Julie swore it was because her hand accidentally went through a window, but Sue had a feeling she was lying. She told her, "Please take care of yourself, and at the very least, take some of your money and keep it in a bank account in New Jersey." George called her in the middle of this conversation. To Sue's surprise, she heard Julie telling George about her plan to leave some money in the US. He goes ballistic and accuses her of being selfish. On January 8th, the couple was making that long drive to Athens in the dark on a desolate two-lane highway. They were really talking to each other, and once they did, they got into yet another argument. They were in such close quarters in a car, they couldn't cool off or walk away. It was not a good situation. We can only speculate exactly what was going through George's mind, but the investigators are probably right. All of a sudden, George stopped the car and told Julie he had to relieve himself. But that's not what happened. They were in the middle of nowhere, and George knew this area really well. He knew no one would see them, hear them, or help Julie no matter how loud she screamed. He parked the car, turned off the engine, and then looked over at Julie. He said she must have known that something was going to happen because he could tell she was scared. He locked the doors, and without warning, he reached out and grabbed her throat, squeezing as hard as he could. He said Julie began to scream, trying to defend herself, and he just wanted to shut her up, so he squeezed harder. He said he wasn't in his right mind. It was like he was outside of his body and couldn't control what he was doing. She kept yelling, asking, "What are you trying to do?" He just squeezed harder and harder for what seemed like a few seconds, but it had to be at least 3 whole minutes, because that's typically how long it would take someone to become unconscious or to lose their life. It was in that moment he realized he had crushed her neck. He could tell there was nothing left in her. Her body just slid down in the seat. George said he thought he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had just done. The first thing that came to his mind was getting rid of her. He thought he would end his life as well to honor their relationship. They met at sea, so to the sea she would go. He planned to set her body ablaze and then throw her ashes into the water, then jump off a cliff to join her forever. That's not what happened. We know because he's here and Julie isn't. He's a coward. He told investigators that he attempted to take his life 3 separate times, with a BB gun to the neck, jumping in front of a truck, and an overdose. He insists none of them worked. I guess he didn't try hard enough. That was mean. But he tossed her into the trunk, drove to a gas station, and bought a canister of gasoline. Then he drove back close to where he had ended her life, and that's where he tried to set her on fire by 2 lakes in a secluded area. He removed her from the trunk, dragged her near the lakes, and proceeded to douse her in gasoline. He didn't hesitate to set her on fire. He sat there and watched as her clothes went up in flames, staring at her as the flames began to consume her corpse. But it was raining, so she wasn't burning. The fire wouldn't stay lit no matter what he did. He just kept pouring gasoline over her, and she refused to burn. At that point, he thought maybe he should just stop and throw her in the lake instead, but he panicked and threw her back in the trunk. He raced to his grandmother's house, and luckily she wasn't home. He grabbed a big suitcase and drove right back to the lakes. It was midnight, and George no longer saw Julie as a human being. She was just something he needed to discard. Rigor mortis hadn't completely set in, so he could move her limbs, though they were charred from the thighs up. There was a problem. He could not get her entire body to fit in a rigid plastic suitcase. Her head kept sticking out. He sat there thinking of a solution. How was he going to get rid of her? He had to get rid of the head. It's disgusting. This is a little girl's mom. She's a friend. She's a beautiful person. No matter what mistakes people think she made, no one like Julie deserves something like this. Some people may say people like George deserve this evil, but not Julie. He knew there was a hacksaw at his grandmother's house, so he dragged her back to the car and threw her into the trunk once again. He went all the way back to his grandmother's, got the saw, and drove back to the lake. It was close to 3 o'clock in the morning when he removed her once again, placing her on a garbage bag and proceeding to get to work on her head. He penetrated where the neck meets the collarbone. Once he was finished, he looked down to see that he was covered from head to toe in blood. I wonder if he washed himself in the lake. But he had finally completed his mission. But this next part is what I question the most, and it's the part that haunts me. This sicko picks up her head by her hair to look at her face to face for one last time. His face was the last face that Julie saw before her life was stolen from her, and the same face was the last to stare back at her blank eyes. Even after all the things that George had just done to her, he said that she still looked gorgeous. He just looked at her, not realizing this could be real. But when he looked at her face, he could see that last look of horror, and he knew what he did. George was not going to release Julie and let her rest until his lips met hers one last time. And while he was still holding her by the hair, he kissed her. This absolutely grossed me out. Her body was finally able to fit inside the suitcase. Once he stuffed it in, he threw it into the lake and stared at it as it disappeared under the water. George had to make sure that he was the last person to look at Julie's beautiful face. He didn't throw that in the lake. He set it down and burned it until only a charred ball was left. He tossed what was left of her inside the trunk and drove back to Kavala. He said one last goodbye to her before tossing her head into the sea. All that other stuff was a lie, and he didn't report Julie missing until a couple of days had already passed. He drove all the way back to Kavala and stayed holed up in their apartment. Then he made the 400-mile trek back to Athens just to set up his alibi. Julie never got to see the pretty lights of Ammonia Square. Tim was notified of George's confession that evening, and he did not want Julie's mom to know. He needed to find out what the hell was happening, and it was so hard being so far away. The news would get out soon enough, and there was no way this horrendous act was going to be a secret for long. Tim had to tell Julie's friends before they read the horrific, and I mean horrific, headlines. Julia had known all along that Julie was dead, and when Tim began to tell her, she screamed, "He killed her!" She told Tim that she had warned Julie, but Julie just said she was paranoid. 19 days, a whole 19 days, had passed as Julie's body lay hidden beneath the murky water of that lake. George agreed to lead authorities to where she was, and it took divers 2 hours to locate the suitcase containing her remains below 5 feet of water. I'm not going to tell you what they found when they opened that suitcase. You can use your imagination, but it shocked even the most seasoned detectives. George was immediately taken into custody, and Julie's family was notified of the discovery. Julia heard the devastating news on TV and was in complete disbelief. Julia asked how someone could do that. He was supposed to love her. What kind of love is that? They had to do whatever it took to shield Katie. She couldn't know. Her innocence would be robbed from her. She was only 3, and there was no way she would be able to understand, so they had to be strong and keep things quiet at home. But it was really hard because the media gathered right outside their house, day and night. Julie's friends and family got together so that they could console one another, praying that they could locate her head. Tim was the one who made the trip to Greece to bring Julie's body back home and lay her to rest. While George was being arraigned, he confessed out loud to reporters that he regretted what he'd done. His father hired an attorney to defend him. Why would you do that for your child if this is what they had done? His mother and grandmother had a different reaction. His mom had a stroke, devastated for Julie and her family, and his grandmother was shocked. She said it looked like they had a perfect relationship, and she was so sorry for Julie's family. Another relative reported that George's father had to be medicated because he was such a mess, but he wanted to express his condolences and how sorry he was. He wished his son was dead instead of Julie, saying she was innocent and did not deserve this. The Greek prosecutor charged George with 3 offenses: premeditated murder, desecration of a body, and evading police. The medical examiner said they could not determine an actual cause of death. There was no way to examine the neck, so they didn't know whether she was strangled or if George had done something much worse. When I told you there were horrific headlines, there were all kinds of news about Julie's death. Some of the newspaper articles that I found hurt to read. These headlines dehumanized Julie. They dehumanized these poor victims. I would hate to know that Katie could read these later in life. The Greek press was already painting Julie in a negative light, showing videos of her in her bikini. The Greek authorities said this was the worst murder that had ever occurred in their entire country. But way worse was the public reaction. The court of public opinion came down hard on Julie, blaming her for her own death, even stooping so low as to say things like, "If you play with fire, you're going to get burned." They painted her as a bad mother, unable to forgive her for leaving Katie behind. Look, I may not agree with what Julie did, but I am not Julie. Julie was not well, we know that. We don't have to be professionals to see the signs, they were there. She was abusing substances, not taking her prescription medication, and being completely manipulated by a sociopath. Let's not judge her unless we have been in her situation. And even then, take a moment to realize that we are all imperfect, and it doesn't downplay or justify what George did in any way. As I said, Katie was 3, and she was beginning to ask about Julie. She had been speaking to her frequently, and now it stopped. The family had no idea what they should do, and that's hard. I don't think a 3-year-old would be able to understand, but I hate to lie to someone, especially a child. On the other hand, if it were me, maybe I would say, "Mommy went away, but she loves you so much, and one day you'll know the whole story." What would you do? They were about to make an insanity plea, but George said he wanted to die, which was completely pointless. Because Greece didn't have a death penalty, by February 22nd, the Greek authorities had released Julie's body to Tim. But he never got the chance to confront George, and that was okay because the most important thing was getting Julie back home. What Julie's friends didn't want was for Katie to grow up only knowing the bad things that happened to her mother. So they started a journal for her and asked everyone who knew Julie to write about things they loved about her, memories that they could share. And they gave that to Tim to give to Katie. Tim was the source of strength for everyone. He cared for Julie more than anyone, all the way until the end, never once complaining. When he was questioned about what he did, he said, "It would be easy for me to say she left me for some other guy and I'm out of here. But I have a daughter, and she's looking to me to do the right thing." Now I'd like to tell you what happened with the trial and the outcome. George's trial started on Saturday, November 27th, in 1999. The legal system in Greece is much different than it is in America. There's a 3-judge panel that hears all the evidence after reading the written arguments that come from both sides. It's not a jury of your peers, so the trials only last a couple of days. The insanity defense was taken off the table, and Tim traveled all the way to Greece so that he could attend the trial in person. The prosecutors argued that the evidence showed George's plan to get rid of Julie in order to steal her settlement funds. George might have been chained to his seat, but he did not sit there quietly. He made angry outbursts during the prosecutors' arguments. Tim actually got on the stand and told the court that Julie was not just a model, not just a woman who wore a bikini. She was his love and his friend. He wanted George to go to jail for the rest of his life. George even decided to testify, which lasted around 5 hours, and it was on the last day of trial that he was still making outbursts during closing arguments as well. This man was seriously unstable. On Monday, December 6th, which coincidentally was the one-year anniversary of Julie's move from the US to Greece, George was found guilty on all 3 charges and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Now I'm going to give you some bad news. The family thought that George would never see the light of day again and would never be able to hurt another person. However, just 3 years after he was sentenced, on October 8, 2002, George appealed. He said that what he did was not premeditated. It was in a jealous rage after Julie told him she was going to leave. He pleaded to the court, saying, "I was in a haze when she said she was going to leave me. I had planned my life with her. It was in a moment of intense passion." And the court believed him. They said they could see that he was remorseful and he had no prior convictions. After just 1 day of trial, they ended up reducing his sentence to only 23 years.